Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil moment just for you. As you snuggle into your coziest spot, let the gentle narration of our bedtime story whisk you away to a world of serenity. This is the perfect time of year to indulge in calming tales, nurturing relaxation, and serene dreams. We are truly grateful for your presence here and wish you a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Story 2. In the quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Finn. Known for his kind heart and curious nature, Finn would wander the cobblestone streets each morning, smiling warmly at the villagers, his eyes alight with genuine interest as he listened to their tales. Yet it was the forest that truly called to him, with its rustling leaves and secrets hidden in shadows. The villagers often saw him standing at the forest's edge, his gaze lost in the emerald canopy, as if listening to the forest's ancient stories. Finn's affinity for the forest was not just a casual interest. It was a deep-rooted connection that had grown since childhood. As a boy, he had often accompanied his grandmother, a herbalist who understood the forest's language, on her foraging trips. She had taught him to identify the unique scent of various herbs, to listen to the symphony of birdsong, and to understand the subtle dance of the leaves in the wind. These lessons had instilled in Finn a profound respect for nature and its mysteries. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Finn set out on his usual walk through the forest. The air carried a clean, invigorating scent of pine, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of golden and crimson leaves that crunched satisfyingly under his boots. His woolen scarf wrapped snugly around his neck, Finn ventured deeper into the woods than he ever had before, his heart brimming with quiet anticipation. As he walked, the whispers of the forest grew more pronounced, guiding him to an old wooden gate, half buried under a tangle of ivy. It stood at the edge of a clearing, where sunlight danced upon a small, forgotten garden. The air here felt different, charged with a subtle energy that made Finn's skin tingle. In the center of the garden, surrounded by a circle of smooth, moss-covered stones, rested an antique wooden chest. Finn's eyes widened with wonder. The chest was intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own, tales of ancient creatures and forgotten realms. Gently, he approached and lifted the lid, which creaked softly as if it hadn't been opened in years. Inside, nestled among a bed of dried lavender, lay a single, unassuming acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with a soft, golden glow, as if kissed by the first light of dawn. Intrigued, Finn carefully picked up the acorn. As he did, a warm sensation spread through his fingertips, and he felt a gentle whisper in his mind, a voice as soft as the breeze, urging him to plant the acorn in the heart of the forest. Finn sensed that this acorn held a magic beyond his understanding. It was a magic that spoke of growth, renewal, and a promise of something wonderful. He decided to follow the voice's guidance, setting off on a journey deeper into the forest, where the trees stood taller, their branches weaving a cathedral of leaves above, and the air was thick with the fragrance of earth and life. As Finn walked, he encountered a variety of woodland creatures who seemed to sense the magic he carried. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with feathers like moonlight, who swooped down to perch on a low branch. Her eyes, deep and knowing, met Finn's with a gaze that seemed to penetrate into his very soul. "Greetings, young traveler," Luna hooted softly, her voice resonant and calming. "You carry a gift of great importance. The forest speaks of your coming." Finn smiled, feeling the warmth of her words resonate within him. "I'm unsure of what to do," he confessed, holding up the acorn, "but I feel it is meant for something special." "Trust in the journey," Luna advised, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The acorn will guide you as long as you listen with your heart." With Luna's wisdom echoing in his mind, Finn continued his journey. Soon he met Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Bramble chattered excitedly, bounding from branch to branch, his movements a blur of energy and enthusiasm. "Are you going to plant that shiny acorn?" he squeaked, his voice high-pitched and eager. "I know the perfect spot, where the soil is rich and the sun dances all day." Grateful for Bramble's guidance, Finn followed the squirrel through the forest's winding paths. They traversed sun-dappled clearings and shadowy glens, the forest alive with the sound of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. Along the way, they were joined by Willow, a gentle deer whose calm presence brought a serene energy to the group. With her graceful steps, Willow led them to a sunlit glade, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. "This place feels right," Finn murmured, looking around at the vibrant life surrounding them. The glade was a peaceful sanctuary, alive with the hum of bees and the gentle flutter of butterfly wings. He knelt down and gently pressed the acorn into the earth. As he covered it with soil, a sense of peace washed over him, as if the forest itself was sighing in contentment. Days passed, and Finn often returned to the glade, tending to the area around the acorn, nurturing the bond he felt with the land. His friends, Luna, Bramble, and Willow, visited frequently, each bringing their own gifts of wisdom and joy. Luna shared stories of the stars, Bramble brought laughter with his playful antics, and Willow offered silent companionship, her presence a balm to Finn's soul. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and one morning, Finn found a sapling where the acorn had been planted. Its leaves shimmered with the same golden glow, whispering tales of the ancient forest to those who would listen. The sapling grew swiftly, nourished by the magic of the acorn and the love surrounding it. Throughout this journey, Finn found himself reflecting on his own growth. The forest had taught him patience and the value of listening not just with his ears, but with his heart. He learned to read the subtle cues of nature, to understand the interconnectedness of all living things, and to appreciate the beauty in quiet moments of reflection. As the sapling transformed into a mighty tree, the villagers began to notice the change in Finn. He had grown, not just in stature, but in understanding. He had learned to listen, to trust, and to cherish the simple wonders of the world. His once curious nature had deepened into a profound appreciation for the mysteries that surrounded him. And so, the tree stood as a testament to the magic of friendship and the power of gentle wisdom. Whenever the villagers passed by, they marveled at its beauty and felt a sense of calm, as if the tree itself was a guardian of their dreams. In the years that followed, the tree became a part of the village's life, its branches stretching wide to offer shade and comfort. Finn became a storyteller, his tales filled with the wisdom he had gathered from his forest friends. His stories inspired the younger generation to explore and cherish the natural world, fostering a community that lived in harmony with nature. One day, while Finn was sharing stories with the village children under the tree's generous shade, a sudden gust of wind swept through the branches, carrying with it the faint sound of distant laughter. The children gasped with delight, but Finn recognized the sound. It was the forest, celebrating the bond they now shared. And Finn, with his heart full of stories and his spirit entwined with the magic of the forest, knew that the journey was only the beginning. For in the quiet moments, when the stars twinkled above and the world was hushed, Finn would sit beneath the tree, feeling the warmth of his friends beside him, and listen to the gentle song of the leaves. It was a melody of hope and harmony, a reminder that true magic lies in the love we share and the dreams we nurture. Every night, as the village drifted into slumber, the tree stood watch, its branches whispering soft lullabies to the stars, promising that all was well in their cozy corner of the world. And in those whispers, Finn heard not just the voice of the forest, but the echo of his own journey, a journey of discovery, friendship, and the quiet magic of a heart open to wonder. One evening, as Finn sat under the tree, a new, unexpected visitor joined him. An old man with a long, white beard and eyes that shimmered like stardust approached with a gentle smile. "I am Elion," he introduced himself, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "I have watched over this forest for centuries, and I have witnessed the magic you have brought to it." Finn looked at Elion with awe, sensing the timeless wisdom that radiated from him. "I have learned so much from this place, and from the friends I've made," Finn replied, his voice filled with gratitude. "The forest has become a part of me." Elion nodded, his gaze sweeping over the tree that had grown from the acorn. "This tree is a beacon of hope and renewal," he said softly. "You have nurtured more than just the land. You have sown seeds of understanding and kindness." With those words, Elion gifted Finn an amulet, a small, silver crescent moon that glowed faintly in the moonlight. "This is a reminder of the bond you share with the forest," Elion explained. "May it guide you in times of doubt and keep the magic within your heart alive." As Elion faded into the shadows of the night, Finn felt the weight of the amulet against his chest, a comforting presence that pulsed with a subtle warmth. He knew that his journey was far from over, and the forest held many more secrets waiting to be uncovered. In the following weeks, Finn began to notice subtle changes within himself. The amulet seemed to heighten his senses, allowing him to perceive the forest in ways he had never imagined. He could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, sense the gentle rustle of leaves as a form of communication, and even catch glimpses of the forest's vibrant aura that danced like northern lights just beyond the visible spectrum. One day, while exploring a part of the forest he had never ventured into before, Finn stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, hidden deep within the underbrush. The stones were covered in intricate carvings similar to those on the chest, and as he traced his fingers over them, he felt a surge of energy, a connection to something vast and timeless. At the center of the circle lay another chest, smaller and simpler than the first, but radiating an aura of profound significance. As Finn opened it, he found a collection of scrolls, their parchment worn with age yet preserved by the magic of the forest. Each scroll contained stories and teachings from the ancients, wisdom that spoke of balance, harmony, and the eternal dance of life. With these scrolls, Finn began to understand the deeper purpose of his journey. The forest had been preparing him, guiding him to become a guardian of its stories and secrets. His role was not just to nurture the tree, but to ensure that the wisdom of the forest was passed down through generations, weaving a tapestry of knowledge that connected all who lived within its embrace. And so, with renewed purpose, Finn dedicated himself to his new path. He shared the stories from the scrolls with the villagers, teaching them the importance of living in harmony with nature and the value of listening to the whispers of the world around them. The village thrived under this newfound wisdom, its people adopting practices that honored the land and its creatures. The tree, now a towering sentinel, stood as a testament to the enduring bond between Finn and the forest, its branches sheltering the dreams and hopes of all who gathered beneath it. As the years passed, Finn's legacy grew, his stories becoming legends that inspired countless generations. And though he eventually joined the stars he so loved to gaze upon, his spirit remained woven into the very fabric of the forest, a guardian of dreams and a beacon of light in the world. In the quiet moments, when the wind would rustle through the leaves and the moonlight danced upon the forest floor, the villagers would hear the gentle laughter of Finn and his friends, a reminder that true magic lies in the love we share and the dreams we nurture. And in those moments, they knew that all was well in their cozy corner of the world, under the watchful eyes of the ancient forest and the stories it held. One particularly moonlit night, as the village lay cloaked in serene slumber, a new chapter began to unfold. A band of travelers, drawn by tales of the enchanted forest and its guardian tree, arrived at the village. They were seekers of knowledge from distant lands, their eyes filled with curiosity and wonder. Among them was a young woman named Lyra, whose heart beat with the same rhythm as the forest's whispers. Lyra, with her raven-black hair and eyes that mirrored the midnight sky, felt an inexplicable pull towards the forest. It was as though she had heard its call long before she set foot in the village. The villagers welcomed her and her companions with open arms, sharing stories of Finn and the magic that had transformed their lives. Intrigued by the legend, Lyra ventured into the forest alone, leaving behind the comfort of her fellow travelers. As she stepped beneath the ancient boughs, the forest seemed to come alive around her. The leaves rustled in greeting, and the air thrummed with a melody as old as time itself. Guided by an unseen force, Lyra found herself at the stone circle Finn had discovered years before. There, in the heart of the forest, she felt a profound connection, as if she was meant to be there all along. The amulet around her neck, a gift from her grandmother, glowed softly in response to the forest's magic. As she settled within the circle, Lyra sensed a presence beside her. It was Finn, or perhaps his spirit, a comforting warmth that wrapped around her like a familiar embrace. With a gentle whisper, his voice echoed in her mind, sharing the wisdom he had gathered over a lifetime. Through Finn's guidance, Alara learned of her own potential to become a guardian of the forest. The scrolls, still nestled within the ancient chest, held secrets waiting for her to uncover. As she delved into their teachings, she realized that her journey was just beginning. With a newfound sense of purpose, Alara returned to the village, her heart alight with the knowledge she had gained. She shared her experiences with the travelers and villagers, igniting a spark of wonder and possibility in all who listened. The village once again became a beacon of hope and harmony, its people united by the magic of the forest and the stories it held. As Alara took her place as the forest's new guardian, she felt the strength of those who had come before her. Finn's legacy lived on through her, a testament to the power of love, friendship, and the endless wonders of the natural world. And so, the story continued, a tapestry woven with the threads of countless lives, each one a vital part of the forest's enduring magic. In the quiet moments, when the moonlight bathed the world in silver, Alara would sit beneath the guardian tree, listening to the whispers of the leaves and the laughter of the stars, knowing that she was never truly alone. Story 3. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets known only to the wind, there lived a young woman named Lyra. The forest was a sprawling tapestry of life, its vibrant greens and earthy browns painting a picture of serene chaos. The scent of pine and rich soil filled the air, while the gentle rustle of leaves formed a symphony that echoed through the woods. Here, Lyra felt most alive, her spirit as vibrant as the golden shafts of light that pierced the emerald canopy above. Lyra was gentle and kind, her heart as warm as the sunlight that filtered through the trees. She moved with a grace born of years spent navigating the forest paths, her senses attuned to the subtle shifts in nature's mood. Yet beneath her calm exterior, she was often troubled by the swirling currents of change that danced around her, teasing her like the flickering shadows at dusk. There was a restlessness within her, a yearning for something she couldn't quite name. Her days were spent gathering herbs and tending to the needs of her village, a quaint settlement nestled at the edge of the wood. The village was alive with the laughter and song of its people, their voices rising like smoke from the chimneys into the sky, where it mingled with the cries of birds and the rustling of leaves. Despite the warmth and camaraderie of her community, an uneasy feeling clung to Lyra, as persistent as the morning mist that lingered in the forest. The village itself was a mosaic of cultures and traditions, each cottage a reflection of its inhabitants' lineage. The cobblestone paths were lined with wildflowers, their vibrant hues a testament to the care and love the villagers poured into their homes. Yet, hidden beneath this colorful facade were stories of old. The village elders spoke of a time when the forest was a realm of magic and mystery, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. One day, driven by an unnamed longing, Lyra wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before. The trees here were older, their trunks thick with age and wisdom. The air was cooler, carrying with it the scent of moss and hidden secrets. As she ventured further, the sun's rays wove through the leaves in a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow, guiding her to a hidden glen she had never seen before. In the center of the glen stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as though embracing the sky. Beneath it, nestled among the roots, was a small, shimmering pond whose waters glowed with a light all their own, casting an ethereal glow on the surrounding foliage. The sight took Lyra's breath away, a feeling of awe and curiosity washing over her. Compelled by a force she couldn't quite name, Lyra knelt beside the pond. As she gazed into its depths, she saw not just her reflection, but a vision of herself transformed, stronger, more assured, her eyes shining with a light that mirrored the pond's glow. The water seemed to whisper to her, its voice a gentle caress against her soul. Embrace the change, for within it lies the seed of your true self. Startled yet comforted, Lyra returned to the village, her mind buzzing with the mystery of the pond. She confided in her dear friend Rowan, whose laughter was as infectious as the babbling brook that ran through the village. Rowan was a young man with a mischievous spark in his eyes, a friend who had been by Lyra's side through countless adventures. He listened with wide eyes, his curiosity piqued. Perhaps the pond is a mirror of sorts, he mused, his voice thoughtful, reflecting not what is, but what could be. Change is a part of life, Lyra. It shapes us as surely as the river shapes the stones. Encouraged by Rowan's words, Lyra decided to return to the glen each day. She brought with her a small offering, a handful of wildflowers, a song, a whispered hope. Each time she gazed into the pond, she saw a different reflection, each one revealing a facet of herself she had yet to discover. There was a version of her that was as fierce as the storm, another as serene as the dawn, and yet another as hopeful as the budding spring. As the days turned to weeks, Lyra found herself changing, much like the seasons turning from the vibrant colors of autumn to the quiet stillness of winter. She became more attuned to the forest's rhythms, her footsteps lighter, her heart more open. With each visit to the magical pond, her fears of change began to dissolve like morning dew under the sun's gentle gaze. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Lyra returned to the glen. This time, she was not alone. Rowan had insisted on accompanying her, eager to see the place that had so enchanted his friend. Together they approached the pond, its surface now a mirror of the heavens, reflecting stars that had yet to appear in the sky. As they sat by the pond, Rowan began to speak of his own dreams and fears, revealing a side of himself Lyra had never seen. He spoke of a desire to travel beyond the village, to explore the world and learn its secrets. Lyra listened, realizing that just as she was discovering herself, so too was Rowan on a journey of his own. Their bond deepened, their shared hopes and dreams weaving a tapestry as intricate as the forest itself. Suddenly, a ripple spread across the water, and from its depths rose a vision of a mighty stag, its antlers woven with moonlight. The stag regarded them with eyes filled with ancient wisdom. "You have embraced change, dear one," the stag spoke, its voice a gentle breeze that stirred the leaves, "and through it you have found your true strength. Remember, transformation is a journey, not a destination." With that, the stag faded, leaving only the shimmering pond and the soft song of the forest. The glen was once again still, but the air was charged with a sense of promise and potential. Lyra returned to her village, her heart light and her spirit unburdened. The changes she had once feared became her allies, each one a step closer to the person she was meant to be. And as the seasons continued their cycle, so too did Lyra continue her journey of growth, her path illuminated by the lessons she had learned in the heart of the forest. Through it all, she knew she was never alone. With friends like Rowan by her side and the magical pond as her guide, Lyra embraced the beauty of transformation, her life a tapestry woven by the gentle hands of change. And in that embrace, she found a peace as deep and enduring as the ancient forest itself. The forest, with its towering trees and whispering winds, became not just a backdrop to her story, but a vital character in her journey, its ancient magic forever intertwined with her own. One day, the village was abuzz with the news of an upcoming festival, a celebration of the harvest and the changing seasons. It was a time when the villagers would gather in the central square, their laughter echoing against the stone walls as they danced and feasted. As Lyra helped string lanterns along the cobblestone paths, she felt the familiar pull of the forest, a reminder of the journey she had embarked upon. The night of the festival arrived, and the village was aglow with candlelight and joy. Lyra and Rowan joined the festivities, their spirits light with the promise of new beginnings. As the villagers danced around the blazing bonfire, Lyra felt a sudden urge to return to the glen, to see the pond one last time before the seasons turned once more. She whispered her intentions to Rowan, who nodded in understanding. Together, they slipped away from the revelry, their footsteps soft on the forest floor. The moon was a silver crescent in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the path as they made their way to the hidden glen. When they arrived, the pond was as mesmerizing as ever, its waters reflecting the starlit sky. Lyra knelt by the edge, feeling the cool earth beneath her fingers, and closed her eyes. She allowed herself to drift, her thoughts carried away on the wind like leaves in the autumn breeze. In that quiet moment, Lyra realized that the forest had become a part of her, as integral to her being as her own heartbeat. The whispers of the trees, the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the pond, these were the melodies that had guided her journey, shaping her into the person she was meant to be. As she opened her eyes, she saw Rowan standing beside her, his expression one of quiet awe. He reached out, taking her hand in his, and together they gazed into the pond. This time, there were no visions of what could be, only the reflection of two friends embarking on a new chapter of their lives. Lyra knew that whatever the future held, she would face it with courage and grace, her heart open to the possibilities that lay ahead. With Rowan by her side, she felt ready to embrace the unknown, to weave new stories amidst the ancient trees and whispering winds of the forest. And so, as the first light of dawn touched the horizon, Lyra and Rowan returned to the village, their spirits intertwined with the magic of the forest, their hearts aglow with the promise of tomorrow. The forest had taught them that life was a journey of continuous transformation, and as they stepped into the future, they carried with them the lessons of the past, the wisdom of the forest forever etched upon their souls. As the months passed, the village prepared for the Festival of Lights, an ancient tradition marking the year's end and the new year's beginning. Lanterns of all shapes and sizes were crafted, each one representing a personal wish or dream for the upcoming year. Lyra, inspired by her experiences at the pond, designed a lantern in the shape of an oak leaf, its delicate veins glowing with the promise of new growth. On the night of the festival, the village square was transformed into a sea of flickering lights. The villagers gathered, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of their lanterns. As the signal was given, they released their lanterns into the sky, each one carrying with it the hopes and dreams of its creator. Lyra watched as her oak leaf lantern soared higher, joining the constellation of wishes above. She felt a profound sense of connection, not just to the villagers around her, but to the larger tapestry of life that stretched beyond the forest and the village. It was in that moment she understood that her journey, much like the lanterns, was one of ascent, rising above fear and uncertainty, reaching for the stars. Rowan stood beside her, his own lantern, a simple yet beautifully crafted star, joining the others in their celestial dance. He turned to Lyra, his eyes reflecting the twinkling lights above. "To new adventures," he said with a smile, his voice full of promise. "To new adventures," Lyra echoed, her heart swelling with gratitude and anticipation. Together they watched as the lanterns drifted into the night, their glow like distant stars upon the horizon. The festival continued long into the night, filled with laughter, music, and the warmth of community. As Lyra and Rowan made their way back to their homes, the forest stood silent and majestic in the moonlight, a sentinel of the past and a guide for the future. The whispers of the trees, ever present, seemed to murmur a song of hope and renewal. In the heart of the ancient forest, Lyra found not only herself, but also a deeper connection to the world around her. The journey of transformation, she realized, was never truly over. It was a continuous dance of change and growth, a testament to the enduring magic of life. And in this understanding, Lyra discovered a profound peace, a peace that resonated with the rhythm of the forest, a harmony that would guide her through whatever lay ahead. With each step she took, she carried the lessons of the forest within her, the magic of the pond a shining beacon on her path. The forest, ever watchful, whispered its eternal secrets to the wind. And Lyra, with a heart full of wonder and courage, continued her journey, her spirit as vibrant and enduring as the ancient woods themselves. The following spring, a visitor arrived in the village, a traveler named Lyra, with eyes as bright as the stars and a smile that spoke of distant lands. She came bearing stories of far-off places, tales of great cities, and wonders Lyra had never imagined. Alara's presence stirred something within Lyra, a curiosity that mirrored her own past yearning. Lyra, intrigued by the stories of the forest and its magic, sought Lyra's guidance to explore the woods. Together, they walked the familiar paths, Alara's awe reminiscent of Lyra's first encounter with the enchanted glen. As they approached the pond, Lyra paused, her gaze captivated by its shimmering surface. "I've traveled far and wide," Lyra confessed, "but I've never seen a place quite like this. It feels like the heart of the world beats here." Lyra nodded, understanding the profound truth in Alara's words. She shared her journey of transformation, the lessons learned from the forest and the pond. Lyra listened intently, her expression thoughtful. "Perhaps," Lyra mused, Our paths were meant to cross. There's a strength in this place, a reminder that no matter where we journey, home is not just a place, but a feeling. Lyra felt the truth of Alara's words resonate within her. The forest, with its timeless wisdom, had taught her that home was indeed a tapestry woven from the threads of one's journey, the connections made along the way. Their friendship blossomed, each sharing stories and dreams by the pond, their laughter echoing through the trees. Alara spoke of returning to the road, her heart set on discovering new horizons. Yet she promised to return, drawn by the magic of the forest and the bond she had forged with Lyra. As Alara prepared to leave, she gifted Lyra a small compass, its needle swinging gently as if guided by unseen forces. "For your journey," Alara said with a smile. "May it always lead you home." Lyra accepted the gift with gratitude, its weight a comforting presence in her hand. She watched as Alara disappeared into the forest, the trees closing around her like a curtain. With the compass in her pocket and the forest at her back, Lyra felt the familiar pull of the world beyond. She knew that her own journey was far from over, that the forest had given her the courage to explore the world and the strength to always find her way back. In the heart of the ancient forest, Lyra had discovered the enduring magic of transformation, a journey she would carry with her wherever she went. And as she stepped forward into the unknown, she knew that the compass would guide her, just as the whispers of the forest had done so many times before. The forest, ever watchful, remained a constant companion, its secrets a gentle reminder of the magic woven into the fabric of life. And Lyra, with a heart full of wonder and courage, continued her journey, her spirit as vibrant and enduring as the ancient woods themselves. Story 4. Title: The Whispering Grove. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Liora. Her days were spent in the company of towering trees and babbling brooks, where she would talk to the birds and listen to the stories carried by the wind. Liora had always felt a special bond with the world around her, sensing secrets hidden beneath the surface of her everyday life. One bright morning, as the golden sun filtered through the emerald canopy, Liora set out on her usual path through the woods. Her bare feet danced across the soft moss, and her fingers brushed against the bark of ancient oaks that seemed to lean in closer, as if eager to share their wisdom. The crisp morning air was filled with the earthy scent of damp leaves and the distant song of a lark echoing through the branches. As she inhaled deeply, she felt a familiar tranquility settle over her, a reminder of her place within the natural world. On this particular day, Liora stumbled upon something extraordinary, a small, shimmering stone half buried in the ground, glowing with an ethereal light. The stone was smooth and cool to the touch, pulsing gently as if alive. As Liora held it, she felt a tingling sensation spread through her fingertips, winding up her arms and settling warmly in her chest. It was as if the stone whispered to her, a soothing melody that promised adventure and discovery. Intrigued and drawn to its mysterious allure, Liora tucked the stone into her pocket and continued on her way, feeling a newfound energy coursing through her veins. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Liora noticed subtle changes around her. The leaves seemed to shimmer brighter, the air was laced with a sweet fragrance, and the forest itself seemed to hum with life. She found herself at the edge of a grove she had never seen before, a secluded haven where the trees formed a protective circle around a sparkling pond. The water was so clear that it reflected the sky's every hue, shifting from azure to violet as the sun moved across the heavens. The gentle breeze carried the scent of wildflowers, mingling with the cool, crisp notes of the pond's surface. Liora approached the pond and sat on its bank, dipping her toes into the cool, inviting water. The stone in her pocket grew warmer, and she felt a gentle nudge, urging her to look closer. It was then that she noticed the pond was not just a reflection of the world above, but a gateway to something else entirely. Beneath the surface, she could see the outlines of another realm, a hidden world filled with vibrant colors and creatures unlike any she had ever imagined. With a deep breath and a heart full of curiosity, Liora took the stone in her hand and touched its glowing surface to the water. The pond rippled, and a soft light enveloped her, pulling her gently into the depths. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing on the other side, in a land where the air was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers, and the sky was painted with hues of twilight. The world around her was a tapestry of wonder. Fields of luminescent flowers swayed in a gentle breeze, and the trees towered like ancient sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the heart could understand. Birds with iridescent plumage flitted through the trees, singing melodies that seemed to echo the very essence of joy. Lyora felt a presence beside her, and turning, she met the gaze of a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a small, fox-like being with fur that shimmered like stardust and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. The creature approached her with a gentle curiosity, its ears twitching as it studied her with a friendly gaze. "Welcome, traveler," it spoke, its voice a soft melody that resonated in Lyora's heart. "I am Aaron, guardian of this realm. You hold the Stone of Passage, a gift from the heart of the forest. It has chosen you for a purpose." Lyora felt a warmth spread through her at Aaron's words, a sense of belonging she had never felt before. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. "This is the Whispering Grove," Aaron replied, gesturing around them. "A hidden world where the spirit of nature thrives, untouched by the worries of your world. You have been brought here to help us, for the balance of our realm is in danger." Lyora listened intently as Aaron explained that the Whispering Grove was sustained by the harmony between its inhabitants and the natural world. But recently, a shadow had fallen over the land, disrupting the delicate balance. The creatures of the grove were growing restless, and the once vibrant colors were beginning to fade. "We need your help to restore the balance," Aaron continued, hope shining in its eyes. "The Stone of Passage chose you because it sensed your bond with the forest. Together, we can unravel the mystery and bring light back to our world." Lyora nodded, determination settling within her. She had always felt a connection to the world around her, and now she had the chance to make a difference. "I will do whatever I can to help," she promised, her voice steady and filled with resolve. Aaron smiled, its eyes glimmering with gratitude. "Thank you, Lyora. Let us begin our journey." Together, they set off through the grove, following a path that wound through fields of wildflowers and beneath arches of intertwining branches. As they walked, Lyora marveled at the beauty surrounding her, the soft rustle of leaves, the gentle hum of insects, and the vibrant colors that seemed to pulse with life. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the grove, Lyora and Aaron encountered other creatures who called this realm home. There were gentle deer with antlers woven with blossoms, playful otters who splashed in the crystal-clear streams, and wise old turtles who shared tales of the past. Each creature greeted them warmly, offering guidance and wisdom as they continued on their quest. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the land as Lyora and Aaron reached a clearing where a great oak tree stood. Its branches stretched high into the heavens, and its roots delved deep into the earth, anchoring it firmly in place. Beneath its boughs, a soft light emanated from a small pool of water, casting rippling reflections on the tree's ancient bark. "This is the heart of the grove," Aaron explained, approaching the pool with reverence. "It is the source of our realm's magic, the wellspring of life and harmony. But look closely, and you will see the shadow that threatens us." Lyora peered into the pool, and her heart sank at what she saw. Dark tendrils swirled beneath the surface, like a creeping ink that sought to envelop the light. It was a stark contrast to the vibrant world around her, a reminder of the danger they faced. "What can we do to stop it?" Lyora asked, determination in her voice. Aaron sat beside the pool, its gaze thoughtful. "We must find the source of the darkness and restore the light. The Stone of Passage will guide us, but we must be vigilant and work together." Additional scene: the Council of Elders. The duo's journey brought them to the Council of Elders, a gathering of the wisest beings in the grove, each representing a different aspect of nature. The meeting took place in a serene glade, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine, and the soft glow of fireflies danced in the dusk. The elders, each with their own unique aura, listened intently to Aaron's recounting of the shadow's emergence. An elder, with feathers like midnight and eyes that mirrored the depths of the night sky, spoke first. "The balance of light and shadow has been disrupted. We must understand the nature of this shadow to dispel it. Another, a graceful figure woven from vines and blossoms, added, "This darkness seeks to sow discord. We must be vigilant, for it thrives on fear and doubt." Lyora listened, feeling the weight of their wisdom. She realized that the shadow was not just a physical entity, but also a manifestation of imbalance and disharmony. Her resolve deepened, knowing that her journey was as much about inner harmony as it was about confronting external threats. With renewed purpose, Lyora and Aaron continued their quest, guided by the Elder's insights and the stone's gentle warmth, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Return to the main plot. Their journey led them to a part of the grove where the trees grew thick and twisted, their branches interwoven like a web. The air was cooler here, and a faint mist clung to the ground, shrouding the path ahead in mystery. As they ventured deeper, Lyora felt a subtle shift in the air, a presence that was both familiar and unsettling. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold. Aaron paused, its ears perked and alert. "We are close," it whispered, its voice barely audible above the rustling leaves. Lyora nodded, feeling a tingling sensation at the base of her spine. She held the stone tightly, trusting its guidance as they pressed on. At last they emerged into a small glade where the trees parted to reveal a circle of standing stones, their surfaces etched with ancient runes. In the center of the circle stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its form indistinct and shifting like smoke. Lyora felt a chill run through her, but she took a deep breath and stepped forward, her heart steady. "Who are you?" she called, her voice clear and unwavering. The figure turned, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. "I am the Keeper of Shadows," it replied, its voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "I have come to claim this realm for my own." Lyora felt a surge of defiance rise within her. "This is not your world to take," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. "The Whispering Grove belongs to those who nurture and protect it." The Keeper of Shadows laughed, a sound like the crackling of a distant fire. "You are brave, little one, but you cannot stand against the darkness alone." Lyora felt Aaron's presence beside her, a comforting warmth that bolstered her resolve. "She is not alone," Aaron spoke, its voice a gentle melody that cut through the shadows. "We stand together, united by the light." The Keeper of Shadows hesitated, its form flickering as if uncertain. Lyora seized the moment, raising the stone of passage high. Its light flared, casting brilliant rays that pierced the darkness, illuminating the glade with a radiant glow. The shadows recoiled, shrinking back from the light. Lyora felt a surge of energy flow through her, a connection to the very heart of the grove. The ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse with life, and she knew that the land itself was with her. "Leave this place," Lyora commanded, her voice strong and unwavering. "The light will always prevail." The Keeper of Shadows writhed, its form unraveling like smoke beneath the sun. With a final anguished cry, it vanished, dissipating into the air until only a faint whisper remained. The glade was silent, save for the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. Lyora lowered the stone, feeling its warmth settle into a gentle glow. Aaron turned to her, its eyes shining with gratitude. "You have done it, Lyora. The balance is restored." Lyora smiled, a sense of peace and fulfillment washing over her. She had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, not through strength alone, but through the bonds of friendship and the power of light. As they made their way back to the heart of the grove, Lyora felt the world around her come alive with renewed energy. The colors were brighter, the air sweeter, and the creatures of the grove greeted them with joyous songs. At the great oak tree, Lyora and Aaron stood together, gazing into the pool where the light now shone pure and untainted. The darkness had been vanquished, and the harmony of the Whispering Grove was restored. With a gentle touch, Lyora returned the stone of passage to the heart of the pool, watching as its light merged with the water, becoming one with the magic of the land. "Thank you, Lyora," Aaron spoke, its voice filled with warmth. "You have given us a gift beyond measure." Lyora smiled, feeling a deep connection to this hidden world that had become a part of her heart. "I will always carry this place with me," she replied, her voice soft and full of promise. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lyora knew that her journey was coming to an end. But she also knew that the bonds she had formed and the lessons she had learned would stay with her, guiding her as she returned to her own world. With a final farewell, Lyora stepped into the pond, feeling the gentle pull of the water embrace her once more. As she emerged on the other side, back in the familiar woods of her village, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment like never before. The forest around her whispered its welcome, and the stars above twinkled with a knowing light. Lyora smiled, her heart full and her spirit light, as she made her way home, ready to share the magic of the Whispering Grove with the world. Returning to her village, Lyora felt a subtle but profound change within herself. The familiar path through the woods seemed more vibrant, each leaf and stone a testament to the journey she had undertaken. She paused for a moment to appreciate the shifting hues of the sky as dusk settled, painting the world in shades of indigo and gold. As she approached her home, the warm glow of the hearth fire flickered through the windows, casting comforting shadows on the walls. Her family welcomed her with open arms, sensing the quiet strength and newfound wisdom she carried. Over supper, Lyora shared tales of her adventure, her voice animated with the wonder of discovery and the gravity of the task she had undertaken. Her father, a kind man with eyes that mirrored the forest's depth, listened intently, nodding with understanding. "The world is full of mysteries," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble, "and it seems you have uncovered a great one." Lyora's heart swelled with gratitude, not only for the adventure she had experienced, but for the support and love of those around her. She realized that her connection to the Whispering Grove was not just a solitary journey, but part of a larger tapestry that included her family and village. In the days that followed, Lyora found herself drawn to the woods more than ever. She shared her stories with the villagers, young and old, igniting their imaginations and encouraging them to look beyond the everyday. She taught the children to listen to the wind stories and see the magic in the world around them, fostering a new generation of guardians for the forest. The Whispering Grove remained with her, a silent companion in her heart, guiding her actions and decisions. Lyora understood that the bond she had formed was not merely with a hidden realm, but with the essence of life itself, a connection that transcended boundaries and time. And so the village flourished under her gentle influence, its people living in harmony with the land. The forest, once a backdrop to their lives, became a beloved partner, its secrets cherished and protected. Lyora knew that the Whispering Grove would always be a part of her, a whisper in the wind, a shimmer in the leaves, a promise of adventure and discovery waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 5. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between emerald hills and the shimmering sapphire sea, there lived a young girl named Mira. Mira was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her curious mind, always wandering the cobblestone paths with a thoughtful gaze and a welcoming smile for everyone she met. Her home was a quaint cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden bursting with lavender and daisies. Inside, the scent of cinnamon and honey always lingered, making it feel like a warm embrace. Mira loved stories, especially those her grandmother told her by the fireside during the cool evenings. Her grandmother, with her eyes like old silver coins, would weave tales of ancient times, of hidden worlds, and of magical creatures who lived just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Mira would listen, enraptured, as shadows danced upon the walls, and the fire crackled like whispers of adventure. One particularly chilly evening, as the frost began to creep over the windows, Mira's grandmother pulled out a story she had never shared before. It was about a hidden world, one that lay beyond the whispering woods at the edge of their village. This world, she said, was protected by an ancient magic that could only be unlocked by a special key, a key that had been lost for generations. Mira's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. The idea of a hidden world filled her dreams with vibrant colors and endless possibilities. As she drifted to sleep, the fire's warmth enveloping her, she thought of nothing but the magical world that might await her beyond the familiar paths. Days turned into weeks, and the story lingered in Mira's thoughts, a gentle nudge urging her to seek out the unknown. Each day, as she went about her chores, the villagers noticed a new spark in her eyes, an adventurous gleam that spoke of dreams yet unfulfilled. Her grandmother watched with a knowing smile, remembering her own youthful dreams and the journey that life had taken her on. One afternoon, while Mira was gathering herbs in the garden, she overheard a conversation between two villagers. They spoke of an old map that was said to contain secrets of the past, hidden away in the dusty corners of the village's library. Mira's curiosity was piqued, and she decided to visit the library after finishing her chores. The library, a quaint building with ivy creeping up its stone walls, held an air of mystery. As Mira entered, the scent of aged paper and the quiet rustle of pages enveloped her. She was greeted by the librarian, an elderly man with spectacles perched on the edge of his nose. His eyes twinkled with the knowledge of countless stories. "What brings you here, young Mira?" he inquired kindly. "I'm looking for an old map," Mira replied, her voice a mixture of eagerness and shyness, one that might show something magical. The librarian smiled, nodding in understanding. "Ah, the map of the Whispering Woods. It has been a while since anyone sought it. Follow me." He led Mira to a dusty shelf at the back of the library, where a rolled parchment lay, tied with a faded ribbon. As she unrolled the map, Mira's eyes widened at the intricate details of the forest paths and hidden clearings. Her fingers traced the markings that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. One day, as the sun painted the sky a brilliant gold, Mira decided it was time to explore the Whispering Woods herself. She donned her favorite cloak, a deep shade of forest green, and set off with a small satchel filled with bread, cheese, and a flask of sweet, warm tea. The path through the woods was a tapestry of light and shadow, where sunbeams filtered through the dense canopy overhead, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of blooming wildflowers. Birds sang a gentle symphony, their melodies weaving a comforting background to Mira's journey. As she walked deeper into the woods, Mira noticed something unusual. The air began to shimmer slightly, as though the sunlight was playing tricks, bending and swirling in an unseen dance. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Mira's heart leapt with anticipation as she followed the shimmering trail, which led her to a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. The tree was magnificent, its bark etched with mysterious symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Mira approached the tree, her heart fluttering like a bird in her chest. As she reached out to touch the bark, a soft voice echoed in the clearing, like the rustle of leaves in the breeze. "Welcome, Mira," it said, gentle yet firm. Mira gasped, stepping back in surprise. Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the hidden realm," the voice replied, its tone soothing and kind. "And you, dear child, have the heart of a seeker." Mira felt warmth spread through her, a comforting presence that enveloped her like a favorite blanket. "I want to find the hidden world," she said earnestly. "I want to see the magic that lies beyond." The guardian seemed to smile, though Mira could not see its face. "To unlock the hidden world, you must find the key. It is a task that requires more than just your eyes, but the courage of your heart and the wisdom of your spirit." Mira nodded, her resolve firm. "I will find it," she promised. With a gentle breeze that ruffled her hair, the guardian gave her a clue. "Seek the place where the sun kisses the sea, where the day and night embrace. There you will find what you seek." Mira thanked the guardian and turned back towards the village, her heart light with the promise of adventure. As she retraced her steps, she pondered the guardian's words, contemplating where the sun might meet the sea. The answer came to her as she reached the edge of the woods. There was a seaside cliff not far from the village, where she often watched the sunset with her grandmother. The next morning, the village was abuzz with the preparations for the harvest festival, a time of celebration and gratitude for the bounties of the land. Mira, helping string lanterns across the village square, found her thoughts drifting back to the guardian's words. Her grandmother noticed her distraction and gently pulled her aside. "My dear," her grandmother said, her voice soft yet filled with understanding, "the world is full of mysteries, and each one is a path to discovery. Follow your heart, and you will find what you seek." Mira hugged her grandmother tightly, feeling the warmth and wisdom in her embrace. With renewed determination, she set out for the cliff the following day. The path was familiar, winding through fields of swaying grass, where wildflowers nodded in the gentle breeze. The scent of salt and sea filled the air as she neared the cliff, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks below a comforting rhythm. As she reached the edge, the sun hovered above the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. Mira stood in awe, the scene before her breathtaking in its beauty. It was then she noticed a small, glinting object nestled among the rocks, a key, ancient and delicate, its surface engraved with symbols like those on the oak tree. Mira's heart soared as she carefully picked up the key, its weight both real and magical in her hand. She knew, without a doubt, that this was the key to the hidden world. Clutching it to her chest, she hurried back to the whispering woods, eager to unlock the mysteries that lay beyond. As she entered the clearing once more, the guardian greeted her with a gentle breeze. "You have found the key," it said, approval in its voice. "Now you must use it to open the way." Mira approached the ancient oak, holding the key with both hands. As she placed it against the bark, the symbols began to glow brighter, and the air shimmered with a soft golden light. Slowly, a door appeared in the trunk of the tree, its surface swirling like liquid gold. Mira took a deep breath, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. With a final glance at the familiar world behind her, she stepped through the door into the hidden realm. The world beyond was unlike anything Mira had imagined. The sky was a deeper shade of blue, and the air was filled with the sound of gentle laughter and the scent of blooming flowers. The landscape was a kaleidoscope of colors, with trees bearing leaves of silver and gold, and rivers that sparkled like diamonds in the sun. As Mira wandered through this magical world, she encountered creatures of all kinds, talking animals, playful fairies, and wise old spirits who shared their knowledge with her. Each encounter taught her something new, and she felt herself growing, her mind and heart expanding with the wonders around her. One day, as she sat by a tranquil lake, its surface reflecting the vibrant world around her, a wise old tortoise approached her. "Young one," the tortoise said in a voice as deep as the earth, "true magic lies not just in what is seen, but in the bonds you form and the wisdom you gain." Mira pondered these words, realizing that every friendship she formed and every lesson learned was a thread in the tapestry of her journey. The world was a tapestry of stories, each thread interwoven with the others, creating a rich and vibrant whole. As days turned into weeks, Mira began to feel a longing for home, a desire to share the wonders she had discovered with her grandmother and the villagers. Yet she hesitated, worried that words might fail to capture the magic she had experienced. Her heart was torn between the beauty of the hidden realm and the love she felt for her own world. One evening, as the stars twinkled above like scattered gemstones, Mira found herself at a crossroads in the hidden world. A gentle breeze carried the scent of night-blooming flowers, and she closed her eyes, allowing the peace of the moment to wash over her. It was then that a familiar voice reached her ears, the guardian. "You have grown, dear Mira," the guardian's voice echoed softly, "and it is time for you to choose." "But how can I choose?" Mira replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "This world is beautiful, yet my heart yearns for home." The guardian's response was gentle, filled with wisdom. "The magic you seek is not confined to one place. It is in you, in your spirit. Return home and share it with those you love." With newfound clarity, Mira realized that her journey had been about more than discovering a hidden world. It was about discovering herself. She had learned to see the magic in everyday life, to appreciate the beauty in the ordinary, and to cherish the connections she had made. As the days turned into weeks, Mira knew it was time to return to her own world, to share what she had learned, and to carry the magic within her. With a heart full of gratitude and joy, she bid farewell to her new friends, promising to return. Stepping back through the door in the oak tree, Mira found herself once more in the whispering woods. The guardian's voice echoed softly in her mind, a gentle reminder of the journey she had undertaken. Mira returned to her village, her spirit forever changed by the hidden world she had discovered. She shared her stories with her grandmother by the fireside, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that filled their home with laughter and light. Though the hidden realm remained a secret to most, the magic of Mira's journey lingered in the village, touching the hearts of those around her. And as Mira grew, her spirit remained as gentle and curious as ever, her heart forever open to the mysteries of the world. In the warm glow of the fireside, as the villagers gathered for the stories of the day, Mira's tales became a cherished tradition. Her words wove a tapestry of magic and wonder, reminding them all of the boundless possibilities that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village's stories, with the scent of cinnamon and honey in the air, Mira's legacy thrived, a testament to the magic that lies just beyond the veil, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. In the end, Mira learned that the true magic of the hidden world was not just in the fantastical sights and sounds, but in the growth and transformation that comes from embracing the unknown, from opening one's heart to new experiences, and from the friendships that blossom in the most unexpected places. And so, dear reader, as you drift into slumber, remember that the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and that the magic of your own journey lies within you, just waiting to unfold. Sweet dreams. 6. Once in a quaint village nestled between gentle hills and thick, whispering woods, there lived a modest young woman named Anya. Her cottage, a snug little abode with ivy-tangled walls and a thatched roof, stood at the edge of the forest where the trees seemed to hold their breath, listening to the tales the wind carried. Anya cherished her life among the familiar paths and friendly faces of her village, yet she harbored a quiet fear of change, a reluctance to step beyond the known. The seasons were in the midst of their graceful dance, as autumn's golden leaves began to twirl down from their lofty homes, carpeting the earth in hues of amber and rust. Anya found comfort in this predictable cycle, the way the world seemed to pause and settle into its cozy slumber before winter's embrace. One crisp morning, as the sun climbed lazily over the horizon, dusting the treetops with a gentle glow, Anya received an unexpected visitor. Her dear friend, a wise old man named Baron, arrived with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in daylight. Baron was known for his stories that seemed to weave magic into the very fabric of reality, and today he bore news that would set Anya on a path she never anticipated. "Anya," Baron began, his voice warm and crackling like the hearth fire, "the heart of the forest is calling for you." Anya, surprised and a little apprehensive, tilted her head. "Why me, Baron? I am content here." "The forest knows when someone is ready for transformation," he replied gently. "It is not about seeking change, but embracing the journey it offers." Despite her reservations, Anya felt a stir of curiosity within her, a gentle nudge like a breeze urging her leaves to dance. She agreed to visit the heart of the forest, a place said to be alive with ancient magic and secrets as old as the earth itself. The next morning, with Baron's words and a small satchel of provisions, Anya set off into the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy, painting the ground with flickering patterns of light and shadow. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves and distant pine. She walked with the steady rhythm of her boots crunching the ground, each step taking her deeper into the unknown. As she ventured further, the forest seemed to awaken, and Anya found herself surrounded by its inhabitants. A deer with gentle eyes watched her from the underbrush, and birds sang a greeting from their perches high above. Even the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches whispering encouragement. Halfway through her journey, Anya encountered a small clearing where a brook bubbled merrily over smooth stones. There she met a fox with a coat of fiery red, who spoke with a voice that was both soft and wise. "Anya, you carry the forest's gift," the fox said, nodding toward the satchel she had brought. Puzzled, Anya opened her satchel to find a single, shimmering acorn nestled among her supplies. Its surface glimmered with a light that seemed to pulse with life. "What is this?" she asked. "It is a seed of transformation," the fox explained. "Plant it, and it will guide you on your journey." With a heart full of wonder, Anya planted the acorn beside the brook and watched as it burrowed into the earth. She continued on, feeling a growing sense of purpose. As twilight began to weave its soft tapestry of dusk, Anya reached the heart of the forest. It was a place of serene beauty, where the trees formed a grand cathedral, their branches arching overhead like the vault of a sacred hall. In the center of this verdant sanctuary stood a grand oak, its presence ancient and majestic. Anya approached the oak with reverence, her hands brushing its rough bark. She could feel the hum of magic in the air, a gentle thrumming that resonated with her own heartbeat. The oak, in a voice like wind through leaves, spoke to her. Anya, you have come seeking change, yet what you seek is already within you. Anya pondered these words as she sat beneath the oak, letting its wisdom seep into her soul. She realized that while the forest had led her here, the true journey was an inward one. The acorn she had planted was a reflection of her own potential to grow and transform. Days turned into nights, and Anya remained in the heart of the forest, learning from its quiet wisdom. She watched as the acorn sprouted, its tender shoot reaching toward the sky. Each day, she learned something new, not only about the forest, but about herself, her strengths, her fears, and her dreams. The forest was her teacher, and its inhabitants her guides. The deer taught her grace, the birds offered songs of freedom, and the fox, with its clever eyes, shared the art of adaptation. Through their lessons, Anya discovered that change was not to be feared, but embraced, for it was the essence of life itself. Over time, Anya's heart grew as full and vibrant as the forest around her. She no longer felt bound by the confines of fear, but rather, she was part of the endless cycle of growth and renewal. The oak, in its ancient wisdom, had given her the courage to find her true self. When at last Anya returned to her village, she carried with her the gentle strength of the forest. Her friends noticed a new light in her eyes, a quiet confidence that spoke of her journey. She shared her story with them, not as a tale of magic alone, but as a testament to the power of transformation that lies within us all. And so, in the village where the hills cradled the whispering woods, Anya found her place anew, no longer fearing change, but welcoming it as an old friend. The forest, with its timeless magic, had taught her that true growth comes from within, and that even the smallest seed can become a mighty oak. As the village settled into the tranquil embrace of evening, Anya would often sit by her cottage window, watching the stars twinkle in the velvet sky. And in the quiet moments, she would hear the forest's gentle song, a reminder of her journey and the beauty of personal discovery. In this way, Anya's story became part of the village's lore, a tale spun with threads of magic and wisdom, whispered by the winds and carried on the wings of birds. It was a tale of transformation, of finding strength in vulnerability, and of the endless dance of life, where every ending is but a new beginning. Story 8. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Story 9. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore robes of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. Each evening, as the sky unfurled its velvet blanket studded with shimmering stars, the village would settle into a serene hush. But lately, a series of peculiar occurrences had unsettled the quiet folk of Moonshadow Hollow. It began with the silver bell in the clock tower, a beloved fixture that had marked the passage of time for generations. One crisp autumn morning, the bell failed to chime. Instead, it emitted a soft, musical hum that lingered in the air. The villagers gathered beneath the tower, scratching their heads and pondering the mystery. At the heart of the village lived Mira, a kind-hearted young girl with eyes as bright as the moonlit sky and a mind as sharp as the north wind. Mira adored puzzles and mysteries, and this curious turn of events tugged at her heart like a gentle breeze pulling at a kite. Determined to uncover the truth, she set out with her faithful companion, a small, wise owl named Pippin, who perched on her shoulder, his feathers as soft as silk. Their first stop was to visit old Tomlin, the village clockmaker, whose workshop was a treasure trove of ticking clocks and gleaming gears. The gentle chime of tiny bells greeted them as they entered. Tomlin, with his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, welcomed them warmly. "Ah, Mira, Pippin," he said, his voice a comforting rumble. "Here to solve our little mystery, are you?" Mira nodded, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Do you know why the bell is singing instead of chiming, Tomlin?" Tomlin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The bell has been around for as long as I can remember. It's said to be enchanted, but its magic is woven into the heart of the village itself. Perhaps something is amiss within the woods." With this clue in mind, Mira and Pippin ventured deeper into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook that wound its way through the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dapples of gold. As they walked, they noticed something strange. The animals seemed unusually quiet. The usual chorus of birdsong and chittering of squirrels was absent. Instead, a gentle stillness enveloped them, like a hush before a storm. Curious and a little concerned, Mira followed the brook to the glimmering glade, a clearing where the water pooled into a crystal-clear pond. Here, under the shade of an ancient oak, they found their friend, Elder Willow, a gentle dryad with hair like cascading vines and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Elder Willow," Mira called softly, "do you know what has quieted the forest?" The dryad turned to them, her smile as warm as the sun. "Ah, Mira, Pippin, the forest has sensed an imbalance within its heart. The bell's song is a call for help, an echo of the magic that binds our home." Mira pondered this, her mind whirring like the gears in Tomlin's workshop. What could have caused this imbalance? Elder Willow gestured towards the pond. "Look closely, child, and you may find your answer." Mira knelt by the pond, her reflection mingling with the stars that danced upon its surface. As she peered into the depths, she saw something glinting beneath the water, a tiny, ornate key, intricately carved and shimmering with a faint glow. Pippin, ever observant, fluttered down to inspect it. A key in the pond? What could it unlock? Gently Mira retrieved the key, feeling its cool weight in her palm. It seemed to hum with a soft, magical energy. "Perhaps this is the key to our mystery," she mused. Returning to the village, Mira and Pippin made their way to the clock tower. The villagers had gathered once more, their expressions a mix of curiosity and hope. Mira held the key aloft, announcing her discovery. Tomlin stepped forward, inspecting the key with a craftsman's eye. "This key matches the music box in the clock tower," he said, eyes widening with realization. "I had forgotten about it. It was crafted to maintain harmony within the bell." With Tomlin's guidance, Mira climbed the winding stairs of the clock tower. The air was cool and filled with the scent of aged wood. At the top, nestled among the gears and cogs, was an ornate music box, its surface etched with swirling patterns of stars and moons. Carefully, Mira inserted the key into the music box. As she turned it, the box began to play a melody so sweet and pure it seemed to fill every corner of the village. The bell joined in, its voice now resonating with perfect clarity, a harmonious counterpart to the music. As the final notes faded into the evening air, a gentle breeze swept through the village, rustling the leaves and carrying with it a sense of peace. The animals of the forest began to stir, their songs weaving once more into the fabric of the woods. Mira descended the tower, greeted by the smiling faces of her fellow villagers. Elder Willow, who had come to witness the resolution, nodded approvingly. "Balance has been restored, thanks to your keen mind and kind heart, Mira." The villagers celebrated with a small feast beneath the stars, sharing stories and laughter. As the night deepened, Mira sat beside the crackling fire. Pippin nestled close, his feathers warming in the glow. "Thank you, Pippin," Mira whispered, her voice soft with gratitude. "We solved the mystery together." Pippin hooted softly, a sound like a lullaby. "It was your heart that led the way, Mira." And so, with the mystery of the singing bell resolved, peace returned to Moonshadow Hollow. The village nestled once more into the embrace of the whispering woods, where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, and every night ended with the comforting chime of the silver bell. Story 10. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lyora. Lyora had a heart as warm as the summer sun, and eyes that sparkled with 1,000 untold stories. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy stone cottage where the scent of freshly baked bread danced through the air, and wildflowers in vibrant hues adorned the windowsills. Lyora's days were filled with simple joys, painting in the meadow, reading tales of adventure, and strolling through the village market. One rainy afternoon, as the sky wept gentle tears upon the earth, Lyora decided to explore the attic, a place she had seldom visited. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten memories, cloaked in a layer of dust and mystery. As she gingerly climbed the creaking wooden stairs, a sense of anticipation fluttered in her chest. The dim light from a small window cast shadows that swayed like dancers across the floor. Lyora's fingers brushed against old trunks and boxes, each holding secrets of the past. Her gaze settled on a small, unassuming wooden box, intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift under her touch. Curiosity piqued, Lyora opened the box, revealing a delicate silver locket nestled within. It shimmered softly, as if bathed in moonlight. As she held it in her hands, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, wrapping her in a comforting embrace. The locket felt alive, humming with an energy that was both soothing and invigorating. As she put it around her neck, a sudden vision filled her mind, a vision of the vast whispering woods, where ancient trees stood in silent watch, their leaves murmuring secrets to the wind. The vision showed a hidden glade, bathed in dappled sunlight, with a crystal-clear spring at its heart. Entranced, Lyora knew she had to find this place, for it seemed to call to her with a voice as soft as a lullaby. With the rain now a gentle drizzle, Lyora set off towards the woods, the locket resting just above her heart. Her journey began along a well-trodden path where the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. The villagers waved and smiled as she passed, their eyes twinkling with warmth. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the path grew wilder, lined with ferns that brushed against her legs and flowers that nodded like old friends. The trees whispered among themselves, their branches swaying to a melody only they could hear. Lyora felt a connection to this ancient place, as if it had been waiting for her all along. Along the way, she met a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who was slowly making his way across the path. His shell was a mosaic of intricate patterns, telling stories of the earth and sky. Thistle peered up at Lyora with kind, twinkling eyes. "Ah, young traveler," he said in a voice as smooth as river stones, "what brings you to these woods on such a fine day?" Lyora shared her tale of the locket and the vision it had bestowed upon her. Thistle nodded knowingly, for he was a guardian of the forest and knew of its many wonders. "You seek the glade of echoes where the past and future dance in harmony," Thistle said. "To find it, one must listen, not with ears, but with the heart. Follow the whispers of the forest, and it shall guide you." With Thistle's wisdom echoing in her mind, Lyora continued her journey, her heart attuned to the forest's gentle song. She encountered a pair of lively squirrels, Nutmeg and Cinnamon, who chattered merrily as they gathered acorns. They bounded alongside her, their energy infectious and their laughter like wind chimes in the breeze. "Where are you headed?" Nutmeg asked, his eyes bright with curiosity. "I'm seeking a special place," Lyora replied, "a glade shown to me by the locket I found." "Ah, the Glade of Echoes," Cinnamon exclaimed, her tail twitching with excitement. "We know the way, don't we, Nutmeg?" And so, with her new companions guiding the way, Lyora ventured deeper into the woods. The path became less distinct, weaving through thickets and across babbling brooks. Yet with each step, Lyora felt more at home, as if the forest had always been a part of her. Finally they arrived at the glade, a hidden sanctuary where time seemed to stand still. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a golden glow upon the spring that gurgled joyfully at its center. The air was sweet with the scent of wild honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Lyora approached the spring, her heart filled with a quiet awe. As she gazed into the water, the surface shimmered with images of the past and glimpses of what might be. She realized that the locket was not just a guide, but a key to understanding her own journey. Kneeling beside the spring, Lyora whispered her hopes and dreams, her fears and questions. The forest listened, its whispers growing softer as if in response. In that moment, she understood that life's challenges were not to be faced with strength alone, but with wisdom, kindness, and the support of those who cared. The journey had changed her, deepening her connection to the world and to herself. As Lyora rose to leave, the locket glowed softly, a reminder of the magic that lay within and around her. She returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit renewed, knowing that she would carry the lessons of the forest with her always. And so, the days passed, each filled with new adventures and gentle laughter. Lyora's heart remained open to the wonders of the world, and her nights were filled with dreams as rich and comforting as the stories her grandmother told by the fireside. The locket remained a cherished companion, a reminder of a journey that had begun with a simple box in the attic and had led to a place where magic and reality were one. In the glow of the setting sun, Lyora would often sit by the window, the locket warm against her skin, and listen to the whispers of the wind, knowing that they held the secrets of the universe and the promise of endless possibilities. And as she drifted into sleep, the world around her seemed to sigh with contentment, cradling her in its gentle embrace, whispering dreams of wonder and peace. Story 11. In a small, secluded village nestled between the lush rolling hills and the shimmering expanse of a silver lake, there lived a young boy named Sam. The village, known as Willowbrook, was a place where time seemed to slow down, where the air was perpetually fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain, and where the whispers of ancient magic were carried on the winds. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the landscape, the villagers would gather around the large stone circle in the village square. It was here that they shared stories of old, tales of adventure, and legends of the hidden world that lay just beyond their sight. The most cherished of these stories was that of the Whispering Woods, a mystical forest said to be alive with secrets and enchantments. Sam, with his bright eyes full of wonder and a heart eager for adventure, listened intently to these tales. He was particularly fascinated by the stories of a magical object known as the Heart of the Forest, a legendary gem said to hold immense power and the ability to grant the deepest wishes of those who found it. However, the Heart of the Forest was guarded by the forest itself, a living entity that only revealed its treasures to those deemed worthy. As the stories were told, the elderly storyteller, a wise woman with silver hair and a voice as soft as a summer breeze, would occasionally catch Sam's eye and smile, as if she knew that one day he might be the one to uncover the forest's secrets. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves were painted in hues of amber and gold, Sam set out on a journey into the Whispering Woods. The forest loomed before him like a vast, green ocean, its trees swaying gently as if waving him in. He stepped into the dappled shadows, his heart pounding with anticipation, and began his quest to find the heart of the forest. The forest was alive with sounds and scents that enveloped him in a warm embrace. The rustle of leaves underfoot was soft like a whisper, and the air was rich with the earthy aroma of moss and damp earth. As he ventured deeper, the forest seemed to welcome him, guiding him along winding paths that twisted and turned like a labyrinth. After several hours, Sam paused to rest by a small, sparkling stream. He cupped his hands to drink the cool, refreshing water, and was startled when a voice, gentle and melodic, spoke from the shadows. "Hello, young traveler," the voice said, echoing like a sweet melody through the trees. Sam looked around and saw a small creature emerge from the underbrush. It was a creature unlike any he had seen before, resembling a fox, but with fur that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that glowed like emeralds. "Who are you?" Sam asked, his curiosity piqued. "I am Luna," the creature replied, "a guardian of this forest. I have watched over these woods for many years, and I sense that you seek the heart of the forest." Sam nodded, unable to hide his excitement. "Yes, I do. Do you know where it is?" Luna's eyes sparkled with a mysterious light. "The heart of the forest is not easily found. It lies deep within, protected by the forest's magic. But I will guide you as far as I can. However, you must prove yourself worthy by showing kindness and wisdom on your journey." Sam agreed, feeling a sense of purpose settle over him. Together, he and Luna continued deeper into the forest, the path becoming more challenging with each step. They encountered many obstacles, a chasm that required a leap of faith to cross, a thick fog that obscured their way, and riddles whispered by the wind that tested Sam's wit. Throughout their journey, Sam discovered the importance of friendship and teamwork. Luna's guidance was invaluable, and he learned to trust the guardian's instincts. In return, Sam's determination and kindness shone through, earning him the respect and trust of the forest's creatures. One evening, as the sun set and painted the sky in shades of crimson and violet, Sam and Luna arrived at a clearing. In the center stood an ancient, majestic tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with leaves that shimmered like stars. At the base of the tree, nestled within its roots, was the heart of the forest, a gem that pulsed with a gentle, ethereal light. Sam approached the heart with a sense of awe and reverence. As he reached out to touch it, he felt the warmth of its magic flow through him, filling him with a profound sense of peace and understanding. In that moment, he realized that the true power of the heart lay not in granting wishes, but in the journey itself and the friendships forged along the way. The heart of the forest glowed brightly, acknowledging Sam's worthiness, and the forest seemed to sigh with contentment. Sam turned to Luna, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Luna. he said softly. "I couldn't have done it without you." Luna nodded, her eyes twinkling with pride. "You have proven yourself, Sam. You have shown kindness, courage, and wisdom. The forest will always welcome you, and you are forever a part of its magic." With a heart full of joy and a newfound understanding of the world around him, Sam returned to Willowbrook, where he shared his adventures with the villagers. The stories of his journey became a cherished part of the village's lore, inspiring generations to seek their own paths of discovery and friendship. And so, the legend of the Whispering Woods and the heart of the forest lived on, a timeless tale of adventure, friendship, and the enduring power of nature's magic. As for Sam, he continued to explore the world, guided by the lessons he learned in the forest, and the knowledge that true treasure lies not in what we seek, but in the journey itself and the bonds we form along the way. The end. Story 12. In the tranquil village of Eldergrove, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, there was an old legend that spoke of a magical, shimmering stone hidden deep within the Forest of Whispers. It was said that this stone, the heart of the woods, held the power to grant the deepest desire of anyone who found it. This tale, passed down through generations, was always met with skepticism by the elders, but filled the hearts of the younger villagers with wonder. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, a young boy named Finn sat by the hearth, listening intently to his grandmother's stories. The fire crackled softly, casting dancing shadows across the cozy room. Finn's eyes sparkled with curiosity and a sense of adventure that was as boundless as the ocean. "Grandma," Finn said, his voice barely above a whisper, "do you think the heart of the woods is real?" His grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and a gentle smile, leaned back in her rocking chair. The warmth of the fire seemed to reflect in her eyes as she replied, "Whether the stone is real or not, my dear Finn, is for those who seek it to discover. But remember, the journey is often more important than the destination." Finn pondered her words as he watched the flames flicker and dance, feeling the spark of adventure ignite within him. The idea of seeking the heart of the woods was irresistible. He imagined the thrill of the forest, the rustling leaves whispering secrets, and the possibility of magic waiting just beyond the next bend. The very next morning, Finn set out on his journey. He packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of water. As he stepped out of his cottage, the morning sun bathed the village in a golden glow, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine from the nearby woods. Finn's heart was light with excitement, and his feet moved with a purpose as he made his way to the forest's edge. Eldergrove's villagers went about their morning routines, tending to gardens and chatting cheerfully. They watched Finn with knowing smiles, many having embarked on similar quests in their youth. As he reached the edge of the village, he felt a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It was his best friend, Lyra, whose laughter was as bright as her spirit. "Going on an adventure without me, Finn?" she teased, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Finn grinned, grateful for her company. "I would be honored if you'd join me, Lyra. Two heads are better than one, especially in a forest full of mysteries." With that, the two friends ventured into the Forest of Whispers. The path was dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy above, and the air was alive with the songs of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves. As they walked, Finn and Lyra spoke of their hopes and dreams, weaving a tapestry of friendship that was as strong as the ancient trees surrounding them. The forest was a world unto itself, with moss-covered stones and streams that sparkled like jewels. Finn and Lyra marveled at the beauty around them, each step bringing them deeper into the heart of this hidden world. They encountered creatures both strange and familiar, squirrels that chattered excitedly, and deer that watched them with curious eyes. As they ventured further, the forest seemed to change. The air grew cooler, and the light took on a silvery sheen. It was as if the trees themselves were guiding them, their branches forming an archway that beckoned them forward. Finn and Lyra's footsteps were soft on the carpet of fallen leaves, and their breath mingled with the mist that curled around them like a living thing. Amidst the quiet beauty, they discovered a small, hidden glade where the trees parted to reveal a pool of crystal-clear water. At its center stood a pedestal of stone, and upon it rested a heart-shaped crystal that glowed with an ethereal light. Finn and Lyra knew at once that they had found the heart of the woods. The air was thick with anticipation, and Finn's heart pounded in his chest as he approached the pedestal. Lyra stood beside him, her hand entwined with his, lending him strength and courage. As they gazed upon the heart-shaped stone, a gentle voice whispered through the leaves, a melody that resonated deep within their souls. "Speak your desire," the voice urged, as soft as a lullaby. Finn closed his eyes, the forest falling silent around him. In that moment, he realized that his deepest desire was not for himself, but for the village he loved. He wished for peace and prosperity for Eldergrove, for the happiness of its people, and for the preservation of the forest's beauty. As Finn's wish took form in his heart, the crystal shimmered and pulsed, sending a wave of warmth through the glade. The forest seemed to hold its breath, and then a gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it a sense of fulfillment and joy. When Finn opened his eyes, Lyra was smiling at him, her eyes filled with pride and affection. The heart of the woods had granted his wish, not with grand fanfare, but with the quiet promise of enduring harmony. Together, Finn and Lyra made their way back to Eldergrove, their hearts light and their spirits renewed. The forest seemed to glow with a newfound vitality, the trees standing tall and proud as if in gratitude for their wish. Upon returning to the village, Finn and Lyra shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention. The elders, who had once been skeptical, nodded with newfound respect for the legends of old. Eldergrove flourished in the days that followed, its fields abundant and its people content. The journey had changed Finn and Lyra in ways they had never anticipated. They had discovered the true magic of friendship, the power of selflessness, and the beauty of a shared dream. As they sat by the hearth once more, the fire crackling softly, they knew that the heart of the woods would always be a part of their story. And so, the legend lived on, whispered through the generations like the gentle rustle of leaves in the forest of whispers. It served as a reminder that true magic lies not in the finding, but in the journey, and in the bonds we forge along the way. Story 13. In a distant corner of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels on a velvet tapestry, lay a galaxy known for its vibrant diversity of life. Amidst this galaxy, on a planet wrapped in ethereal mists and gentle light, resided a young creature named Lyra. Lyra belonged to the gentle Flarian species, known for their luminescent wings and melodic voices that echoed the songs of their ancestors. Lyra was a dreamer, often found perched on the branches of the glowing trees, gazing up at the swirling cosmos. Her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar mists of her home. Her wings shimmered in hues of soft lavender and gold, casting delicate shadows on the ground as the sun dipped below the horizon. One evening, as the sky deepened to a rich indigo, Lyra noticed a peculiar light dancing erratically among the stars. It was not a star, nor a comet, but something entirely different. With her curiosity sparked, Lyra watched as the light spiraled closer, finally revealing itself to be a small spacecraft, sputtering and weaving through the sky. The craft landed with a gentle thud in a meadow where the grass glowed with an inner light. Lyra, apprehensive yet intrigued, fluttered down to investigate. As she approached, a hatch on the side of the craft opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped a creature unlike any she had seen before. The newcomer was a sturdy, armored being, covered in scales that reflected the moonlight in a rainbow of colors. His eyes were large and curious, filled with a depth that spoke of wisdom and experience. He introduced himself with a low, resonant voice as Zorak, from the distant planet of Draknor, known for its rocky terrain and fierce storms. At first, Lyra and Zorak found communication challenging. Their languages were as different as their worlds, and misunderstandings were frequent. Lyra's melodic tones were strange to Zorak's ears, while his deep, rumbling speech was unlike anything Lyra had encountered. But both were determined to understand each other, driven by the same sense of wonder and exploration. As days turned to weeks, Lyra and Zorak began to bridge the gap between them. Through gestures, shared experiences, and laughter, they learned to communicate in their own unique way. Lyra showed Zorak the beauty of her world, from the bioluminescent gardens to the crystal-clear lakes that mirrored the sky. In return, Zorak shared tales of his home of towering mountains and the symphony of storms that played across his planet. Their friendship blossomed gently, much like the delicate flowers that adorned the fields. They learned to rely on each other's strengths, Lyra's nimbleness and keen observation, and Zorak's strength and resilience. Together, they explored the planet, uncovering hidden wonders and sharing quiet moments under the vast canopy of stars. However, their tranquility was soon tested. A series of tremors began to shake the ground, growing stronger with each passing day. The once peaceful landscape was now marred with cracks, and the air hummed with an unsettling tension. The quakes were caused by a shift in the planet's core, threatening to tear Lyra's world apart. Fear gripped the inhabitants of the planet, but Lyra and Zorak knew they had to act. They gathered a group of willing volunteers, each contributing their skills to devise a plan to stabilize the planet. Zorak's knowledge of engineering from his own storm-ridden world proved invaluable, while Lyra's understanding of the planet's natural rhythms guided their efforts. Together, they worked tirelessly, fortifying the ground and redirecting the energy from the core's turbulence. It was a race against time, and each day brought new challenges. There were moments of doubt, times when their differences seemed insurmountable, but each time they found strength in one another. One evening, as they sat exhausted under the silver glow of twin moons, Zorak turned to Lyra, his voice filled with a newfound warmth. "In our differences we have found strength. Your world has taught me the beauty of harmony, and your friendship has shown me the power of understanding." Lyra smiled, her wings softly fluttering. "And you have taught me resilience, the courage to face the unknown, and the value of trust. Our worlds may be far apart, but our hearts have found a path to one another." As the final day of their efforts dawned, the planet seemed to hold its breath. Lyra and Zorak, surrounded by their friends, activated the stabilizing mechanism they had built. The ground trembled once more, then gradually stilled, the tension in the air dissipating like morning mist under the sun. A cheer rose from the gathered crowd, a sound of relief and joy that echoed across the landscape. The planet was safe, its future secured by the unlikely friendship of two beings from worlds apart. Lyra and Zorak stood together, their hearts full of gratitude and newfound understanding. They knew their time together was drawing to a close, as Zorak's spacecraft was now repaired and ready to return him to his home. But their bond would endure, a testament to the power of friendship that transcends boundaries. As the stars began to twinkle once more, Lyra hugged Zorak tightly, her wings shimmering in the gentle light. "Remember," she whispered, "no matter the distance, our friendship will always be a beacon of light in the vast universe." Zorak nodded, his eyes reflecting the colors of the night. "And I will carry that light with me, always." With a final farewell, Zorak boarded his ship, the hatch closing with a soft click. The craft ascended slowly, a bright star rising into the sky, watched by the gentle eyes of those who had come to cherish the friendship that had saved their world. Lyra watched until the light disappeared among the stars, her heart filled with a quiet joy. She knew that somewhere, far across the universe, a friend was carrying a piece of her world with him, just as she held a part of his. As the night deepened, Lyra returned to her perch among the glowing trees, her spirit alight with the warmth of friendship. The universe was vast and full of wonders, but she had learned that the greatest wonders of all were the connections we make and the friendships that light our way, no matter how far apart we may be. Story 14. In a quaint village, nestled between the whispering forests and the gently rolling hills, there lived a young woman named Liora. This village, with its cobblestone paths and cottages adorned with climbing roses, seemed to exist in a world where time moved more slowly, where the laughter of children blended seamlessly with the songs of the wind. Liora had always felt a deep connection to the stories her grandmother told her. Her grandmother, a wise elder with a voice like honey and eyes that twinkled with the secrets of the past, spoke of a legacy that was as old as the stones of the village itself. It was said that their family was descended from the keepers of the Moonstone, a legendary artifact that held the wisdom and strength of their ancestors. As a child, Liora would sit by the fireplace, its warm glow casting dancing shadows on the walls, and listen with wide eyes. But as she grew older, the daily rhythms of life and the responsibilities of the present seemed to blur the lines of those ancient tales, wrapping them in the haze of forgotten dreams. One serene autumn afternoon, when the air was crisp and the leaves crunched underfoot in a symphony of rustling whispers, Lyora decided it was time to rediscover her roots. With her grandmother's stories echoing softly in her heart, she ventured into the depths of the forest, where the Moonstone was said to be hidden. The forest welcomed her with open arms, its branches swaying gently as if in greeting. As she walked, the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves enveloped her, grounding her in the present while guiding her to the past. Sunlight streamed through the canopy above, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Lyora followed a path that seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, winding its way deeper into the heart of nature's embrace. After what seemed like both a moment and an eternity, she arrived at a clearing. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots weaving a tapestry of strength and resilience. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small stone altar. There, resting in quiet majesty, was the Moonstone. The stone was smooth and cool to the touch, its surface shimmering with the colors of dawn and dusk. As Lyora held it, she felt a warmth spread through her, as if the love and wisdom of her ancestors were flowing into her very being. With her eyes closed, she saw visions of those who had come before, faces she recognized from family portraits, their lives woven together with hers in a tapestry of time. In that moment, Lyora understood the true gift of the Moonstone. It was not merely a relic, but a symbol of unity and continuity, a reminder that she was part of something much greater than herself. The lessons of her ancestors became clear: to live with kindness, to cherish the bonds of family and friendship, and to respect the natural world that cradled their village. With a heart full of gratitude and a newfound sense of belonging, Lyora made her way back to the village. As she emerged from the forest, the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of coral and gold. The village welcomed her with the comforting smells of baking bread and the laughter of friends gathering for the evening meal. That night, as Lyora sat by the fire, the Moonstone resting on the mantel, she felt a peace she had never known. The stories of her grandmother were no longer just tales, but living threads that connected her to the past and guided her into the future. She understood now that her journey was not just about uncovering a legacy, but about embracing it and letting it shape the person she would become. And so, with a heart lightened by understanding and a spirit anchored in love, Lyora closed her eyes, the warmth of the fire lulling her into a gentle sleep. As the flames flickered and danced, the Moonstone glowed softly in the night, a beacon of hope and a promise of the enduring power of heritage. Story 15. In a quaint village nestled between the emerald ridges of the Misty Hollow and the whispering pines of the great evergreen wood, there lay a tale waiting to be told. The village, known to its smiling inhabitants as Willowbrook, was a place where time seemed to weave a gentle, endless tapestry, and the days flowed like a slow, bubbling brook. The air was always scented with the sweet perfume of blooming lavender and the distant echo of children's laughter. In this idyllic setting lived a young girl named Lyra, with hair the color of sunlit chestnuts and eyes that mirrored the azure of a clear summer sky. Lyra was known for her curious spirit and a heart as open as the vast meadows that surrounded her home. Her days were often spent exploring the gentle hills and shadowed glens, where she would weave tales of adventure and wonder, her imagination as boundless as the heavens above. One sun-dappled morning, as the first light of dawn painted the village in hues of gold and pink, Lyra set out on a new adventure. Her destination lay beyond the familiar paths, where the great evergreen wood whispered secrets known only to those who dared to listen. Her loyal companion, a sprightly squirrel named Pip, scampered alongside her, his bushy tail twitching with excitement at the prospect of discovery. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the light danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The symphony of rustling leaves and the distant call of a warbler created a melody that accompanied their every step. It was here, amidst the towering trees and fragrant ferns, that Lyra stumbled upon something extraordinary, a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. nestled in a hidden glade. The pool was unlike anything Lyra had ever seen. Its surface sparkled with an ethereal glow, as if kissed by the stars themselves. The air around it was alive with a gentle hum, a lullaby of the forest that spoke to the very soul. Lyra knelt beside the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with a knowing smile. As she reached out to touch the water, a ripple spread across its surface, revealing a vision that took her breath away. In the heart of the pool lay a delicate, silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance and shift in the light. Lyra's heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and wonder. She knew, in that moment, that this key was no ordinary object. It held a secret that beckoned her to uncover its mystery. With a gentle hand, Lyra retrieved the key from its watery cradle. It felt warm to the touch, as if infused with a life of its own. Pip chattered with curiosity, his tiny eyes wide with anticipation. Together, they pondered the key's purpose and the adventure that surely awaited them. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the forest, Lyra and Pip set out once more, guided by the whispering winds and the promise of discovery. The key, nestled safely in Lyra's pocket, seemed to pulse with an energy that urged them onward. Their journey led them through the heart of the great evergreen wood, where ancient trees stood sentinel, their gnarled branches weaving a tapestry of green and gold. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, a heady perfume that filled their lungs and invigorated their spirits. It was amidst this enchanting landscape that they encountered the first of many wonders, a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a ring of toadstools formed an inviting circle. At the center of this circle stood a small, wooden door, barely visible beneath a cascade of ivy and moss. The door, though unassuming, seemed to hum with the same gentle energy as the key. Lyra's heart skipped a beat as she approached the door, her fingers tracing its weathered surface. With a deep breath, she withdrew the silver key and, with a soft click, turned it in the lock. The door creaked open, revealing a hidden world bathed in soft, golden light. Beyond the door lay a realm of wonder and magic, a place where the ordinary rules of nature seemed to hold no sway. The air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, and the gentle rustle of leaves was replaced by the melodic tinkling of tiny bells. Lyra and Pip stepped through the door, their eyes wide with awe at the sight before them. They found themselves in a lush garden, where flowers of every hue blossomed in harmonious abundance. The petals glistened with dew, like precious gems scattered across a silken tapestry. In the center of this garden stood a tree unlike any other, a majestic willow, its branches cascading like a waterfall of emerald leaves. Beneath the willow's boughs sat a figure, cloaked in robes of shimmering silver. The figure's face was obscured by a delicate hood, but Lyra could feel the warmth of their gaze upon her. With a voice as soft as the morning breeze, the figure spoke. "Welcome, dear traveler," the figure intoned, their voice carrying the wisdom of ages. "You have found the key to the enchanted glade, a place hidden from the eyes of the world. Here, dreams take flight and the impossible becomes reality." Lyra, her heart brimming with wonder, stepped forward. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. The figure chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of wind chimes. "I am the guardian of the glade," they replied. "It is my duty to protect the secrets of this place and to guide those who are worthy." Pip, ever the inquisitive companion, chirped with excitement, his eyes darting from the guardian to the wonders that surrounded them. The guardian gestured to the garden, where flowers danced in the gentle breeze. "This glade is a sanctuary for those who seek wisdom and truth. It is a place of transformation and growth, where the heart's deepest desires are brought to light." Lyra felt a warmth spread through her chest, a feeling of belonging and purpose. She knew that her journey had led her to this moment, and that the key she held was a symbol of the path she was meant to follow. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden glow over the glade, Lyra and Pip spent the day exploring the wonders of this hidden world. They marveled at the vibrant colors and the harmonious symphony of nature, their spirits lifted by the magic that surrounded them. The guardian, ever patient and kind, shared stories of the glade's history and the many travelers who had walked its paths before them. Lyra listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with gratitude for the wisdom she was gaining. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of indigo and violet, the guardian spoke once more. "The key you hold is a reminder of the power within you," they said, their voice a gentle melody. "It is a symbol of the journey you have undertaken and the growth you have achieved." Lyra nodded, her heart full of understanding. She realized that the key was not just a tool, but a reflection of her own potential. It was a reminder that she had the strength and courage to overcome any challenge, and that the bonds of friendship and wisdom would guide her on her path. With a grateful heart, Lyra and Pip bid farewell to the Guardian and the enchanted glade, their spirits renewed and their hearts full of hope. As they stepped back through the wooden door, the world of Willowbrook awaited them, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. The village with its familiar sights and sounds felt different now, a place of endless possibilities and hidden wonders. Lyra knew that her journey was far from over, and that the key would continue to guide her on her adventures. As she lay in her cozy bed that night, her mind filled with the magic of the day, Lyra felt a sense of peace and contentment. The crackling of the fireplace echoed softly in the room, a comforting lullaby that lulled her into a gentle slumber. And so, with the silver key tucked safely beneath her pillow, Lyra drifted into dreams of adventure and discovery, her heart full of wonder and joy. She knew that the journey was just beginning, and that the path before her was illuminated by the light of friendship and the wisdom of the enchanted glade. In the heart of Willowbrook, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, a new chapter awaited, filled with the promise of magic and the beauty of a world yet to be explored. Story 16. In the heart of a forest, where the ancient trees whispered secrets to the winds, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. This village was known for its exceptional peace and harmony, nestled under the protective arms of towering oaks and surrounded by fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. The air always carried the scent of blooming honeysuckle and freshly baked bread, mingling in a comforting embrace that wrapped around every visitor like a cherished quilt. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Clara, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Her days were spent exploring the woods with her best friend, a clever squirrel named Pip. Pip was not just any squirrel. His fur shimmered with an unusual golden hue, and he had a knack for finding hidden treasures among the forest floor. Together, they shared a bond that transcended words, communicating through soft glances and shared laughter. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves crunched underfoot, Clara and Pip noticed something peculiar. The village clock tower, which had always faithfully chimed the hour with a melodious ring, had fallen silent. The villagers gathered in the square, murmuring with concern, for the clock was believed to be enchanted, ensuring the village's prosperity and peace. Clara and Pip decided to investigate. They approached the clock tower, its stones cool and ancient beneath their fingertips. The structure seemed intact, but something about it felt different, as if it were holding its breath, waiting. Clara gently pushed open the heavy wooden door, and they stepped inside. The air was filled with a faint mustiness, mingled with a hint of lavender from the dried sprigs hung in corners for good luck. At the heart of the tower, they found the clock's mechanism, a marvel of gears and cogs, each intricately designed and polished to a gleaming finish. Yet among all the shining pieces, one gear lay still, shrouded in shadow and silence. Clara peered closer and noticed a tiny creature nestled within it, a delicate sprite, its wings resembling the finest gossamer, tangled and trapped among the cogs. "Oh, Pip," Clara whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "We must help it." Pip nodded, his tiny paws quick and nimble as he began to work alongside Clara. With gentle persistence, they freed the sprite, who fluttered her wings experimentally, sending a cascade of shimmering dust into the air. The sprite introduced herself as Lyra, the guardian of the clock, who had been caught in a web of enchanted forgetfulness spun by a wayward breeze. "Thank you, dear friends," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "Without your help, I would have remained trapped, and the village would have lost its harmony." Clara and Pip listened as Lyra explained that the clock's silence was a sign of a greater imbalance in the forest, caused by a mischievous wind spirit named Zephyr. who loved to play pranks but had gotten carried away. Lyra needed to restore the balance, but she needed Clara and Pip's help to find Zephyr and persuade him to return the winds to their gentle flow. Setting out on their quest, Clara and Pip ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the shadows longer. They followed the path of rustling leaves and swirling eddies, their hearts steady with determination and kindness. Along the way, they met other creatures, wise old owls who offered guidance, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow for rest, and a fox who led them across a stream with a bridge of shimmering moonlight. Finally, they found Zephyr dancing among the highest branches of the tallest tree, his form ever-changing, like a cloud caught in a dream. Clara called out to him, her voice gentle yet firm. "Zephyr, the village needs your help. Your games have stirred the winds too strongly, and the balance must be restored." Zephyr paused, his eyes twinkling with mischief, but also with a hint of understanding. "I meant no harm," he replied, his voice like the rustle of leaves. "I only wished to bring a touch of whimsy, but I see now the trouble I have caused." With Clara's guidance and Pip's encouragement, Zephyr agreed to return the winds to their harmonious dance, promising to be more mindful in his play. As he did so, the forest sighed with relief, and the air seemed to shimmer with a newfound tranquility. Lyra, the sprite, reappeared, her wings glowing with gratitude and joy. "Thank you, brave ones," Lyra said, her hands clasped together in appreciation. "The clock will chime again, and peace will reign once more." True to her words, as Clara and Pip returned to the village, the clock tower's bells began to ring, a sweet, familiar sound that brought smiles to the faces of the villagers. They gathered around Clara and Pip, their eyes filled with warmth and thanks. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Clara sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. Pip nestled in her lap, his golden fur aglow in the firelight. The village was quiet once more, wrapped in the gentle embrace of the evening, and the stars twinkled above like tiny, watchful guardians. And so, with a heart full of contentment and a spirit light as the autumn breeze, Clara closed her eyes, knowing that in Willowbrook all was well. In the days that followed, the tale of Clara and Pip's adventure spread through the village, becoming a favorite story to share by the fireside. Children would listen wide-eyed, their imaginations taking flight alongside the brave duo. The story reminded everyone of the importance of harmony, kindness, and the gentle power of friendship. As the seasons changed, bringing winter's frosty breath and spring's tender blooms, Clara and Pip continued their explorations, always discovering new wonders in their beloved forest. They often visited Lyra, who greeted them with a joyful flutter of her wings, and even Zephyr, who had learned to direct his playful gusts into creating beautiful melodies that danced through the trees. The forest, with its timeless magic and endless mysteries, became a place of learning and laughter, where Clara and Pip's bond grew ever stronger. And though they encountered new challenges and puzzles to solve, they faced each one with the same gentle wisdom and unwavering friendship that had guided them before. In Willowbrook, the clock tower stood tall, its chimes a constant reminder of the balance restored and the peace maintained. The village thrived, a haven of serenity and joy, where the spirit of adventure was cherished and the bonds of community held firm. And as the years rolled on, Clara and Pip's story became legend, a cherished part of Willowbrook's history, a tale of two friends, a clock tower, and a mischievous wind, woven into the very fabric of the village's heart. Thus, the story concludes, leaving a tender warmth in the hearts of those who hear it, a gentle reminder of the beauty of friendship and the magic that resides in every corner of the world. Story 17. In the heart of a tranquil, verdant valley, nestled between rolling hills of emerald green, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was renowned for its gentle charm, with cobblestone paths winding through cottages topped with thatched roofs. Each evening, the scent of fresh-baked bread and sweet flowers wafted through the air, mingling with the sound of laughter and the soft strumming of lutes. One particular morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, its golden rays danced across the dew-kissed fields, revealing a peculiar sight. The townsfolk awoke to find their beloved village fountain, a grand structure of carved stone and crystal-clear water, had inexplicably ceased to flow. The fountain, crowned with a sculpture of a graceful swan, had always been a symbol of serenity and abundance. Its absence left the villagers puzzled and a tad uneasy. Among the villagers was a young girl named Anwen, known for her keen mind and warm heart. Anwen adored the fountain, often sitting by its side to read or daydream, lulled by the gentle splashes of water. Seeing it dry filled her with a quiet determination to uncover the mystery. Anwen set out on her quest, her feet crunching softly on the gravel path as she ventured towards the village square. The morning was crisp, and the air carried the earthy scent of moss and damp wood from the nearby forest. As Anwen approached the fountain, she noticed a small gathering of villagers, their faces etched with concern. Standing among them was the village elder, a kindly figure named Eldon, whose eyes twinkled with the wisdom of many seasons. Eldon stroked his silver beard thoughtfully as Anwen approached. "Ah, young Anwen," he greeted, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Perhaps you might lend your eyes and ears to this curious event." Anwen nodded, her curiosity piqued. "I would be glad to help, Elder Eldon. Have you any thoughts on what might have caused this?" Eldon smiled gently. "The world often speaks in whispers, dear one. Sometimes it takes a child's heart to hear its secrets." With these words, Anwen felt a gentle stirring of hope. She decided to begin her investigation by visiting the nearby Whispering Woods, a place where magic and nature intertwined in harmony. The woods were said to be home to all manner of mystical creatures, and Anwen hoped one might offer insight into the fountain's plight. As she entered the woods, sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was alive with the sound of birdsong, and the sweet, earthy scent of pine needles filled Anwen's senses. She followed a winding path, her eyes alert for any sign of the magical creatures rumored to dwell there. After some time, she came upon a clearing bathed in soft light, where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones. Beside the brook sat a creature as curious as it was enchanting, a small, fox-like being with a coat of shimmering silver fur and eyes that gleamed like sapphires. "Hello there," Anwen greeted softly, not wishing to startle the creature. The fox-like being regarded her with a knowing look, then spoke in a voice that was like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Greetings, young seeker. I am Lyora, keeper of these woods. What brings you to our quiet realm?" Anwen explained the mystery of the dry fountain, her voice tinged with both worry and hope. Lyora listened intently, nodding with understanding. "The fountain's magic is linked to the heart of nature," Lyora explained. "Sometimes when the balance is disturbed, the magic falters. But fear not, for nature also provides the means to restore it." Anwen's eyes widened with interest. "How can we restore the balance, Lyora?" Leora's eyes twinkled with a touch of mischief. "Follow the path of the babbling brook, and you shall find a friend who might assist you in this quest." Thanking Lyora for her guidance, Anwen set off along the path that followed the brook. The water's cheerful chatter was a comforting companion as she ventured deeper into the forest. Before long, she arrived at a serene pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the sky's azure hue. At the pond's edge sat a wise old turtle named Tiberius, known throughout the forest for his ancient knowledge and unfailing kindness. Tiberius was humming a gentle tune, his eyes closed in peaceful contemplation. "Good day, Tiberius," Anwen called softly, not wanting to disturb his reverie. The old turtle opened his eyes slowly, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Ah, Anwen, child of the village. What brings you to my waterside abode?" Anwen recounted the mystery once more, and Tiberius listened with the patience of one who has witnessed the passage of countless seasons. "The fountain's heart has grown weary," Tiberius said thoughtfully. "It dreams of the swan's song, a melody it has not heard in many moons. Seek out the swan, and perhaps its song will awaken the fountain once more." Anwen thanked Tiberius for his wisdom, and with renewed determination, she set off to find the swan. She made her way back to the village, her mind racing with possibilities. Upon returning, she visited the village library, a cozy haven filled with the scent of old parchment and ink. There, she delved into books and scrolls, searching for any mention of a swan with a magical song. Her fingers brushed softly over the pages as she absorbed tales of enchantment and wonder. Finally, she found a passage that spoke of a mythical swan known to dwell by the Silver Lake, a secluded place where the moonlight danced upon the water like liquid silver. As dusk fell, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Anwen set out for the Silver Lake. The journey was long, but her heart was light with hope and anticipation. The path was lined with wildflowers that released their sweet fragrance into the cool night air. When she arrived at the lake, the moon was rising, casting a gentle glow over the water. There, at the water's edge, stood the swan, its feathers gleaming like polished ivory, its eyes wise and kind. Anwen approached slowly, her voice a whisper carried on the night breeze. "Oh, gentle swan, might you lend your song to our village fountain, that it may flow once more?" The swan regarded her with a serene gaze, then began to sing, a melody so pure and enchanting that it seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the night. The song filled the air, a symphony of grace and magic that resonated deep within Anwen's heart. As the final notes faded into silence, the swan nodded gently as if to say, "It shall be done." With gratitude overflowing in her heart, Anwen returned to Willowbrook under the watchful gaze of the stars. The village was quiet, the cottages nestled in sleep, unaware of the magic that had been set in motion. The next morning, as the sun bathed the village in warm light, the townsfolk awoke to the joyous sound of water cascading once more from the fountain. Its crystal-clear streams danced and sparkled, a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of nature. The villagers gathered around, their hearts lifted by the return of their beloved fountain. Anwen stood among them, her spirit aglow with the knowledge that kindness and determination could weave even the most tangled threads into a tapestry of wonder. And so, the mystery of the dry fountain was solved, leaving the village of Willowbrook to bask in the gentle peace of another day. Anwen's story became one of the many cherished tales told by the fireside, a reminder that even the smallest voices can bring about the most profound changes. As the evening descended, wrapping the village in a cozy embrace, the stars twinkled overhead, whispering secrets of their own. And somewhere in the heart of the forest, a fox-like creature and an old turtle smiled, knowing that the balance had been restored, and the world was, once again, in harmony. Story 18. In the heart of the Whispering Pines forest, nestled between the gentle slopes of rolling hills, lay the little village of Willoughby. It was a place where time seemed to slow down, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the sound of rustling leaves. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that called the forest their home. One quiet evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of soft pink and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the glow from their beloved Moonstone, a precious gem that sat atop the village's ancient clock tower, had started to flicker like a candle in the wind. This Moonstone was no ordinary gem. It radiated a gentle, silvery light that kept the night creatures at ease and guided travelers safely through the forest paths. Concerned whispers spread through Willoughby as the flickering light grew more erratic each night. The villagers, though puzzled, were not fearful, for they knew that the forest held many secrets and that eventually the answers would present themselves. They decided to seek the wisdom of Elder Thistle, the oldest and wisest of the forest's magical creatures, who lived in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of the great oak. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight peeked through the leafy canopy, a small group set out for the great oak. Leading them was young Tomlin, a bright-eyed boy with a knack for solving puzzles, and his dear friend Marigold, a gentle rabbit with a heart as big as the forest itself. Together they ventured down the winding path, the earthy scent of pine needles and moss filling their lungs. Upon reaching the great oak, they found Elder Thistle sitting in the shade, his fur, silvered with age, glistening in the dappled sunlight. His eyes, though old, shone with the wisdom of countless years. "Ah, my young friends," he greeted them warmly, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my humble home?" Tomlin explained the strange flickering of the Moonstone and the villagers' growing concern. Elder Thistle listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "It seems the Moonstone is trying to tell us something," he mused, stroking his long, wispy beard. "But what could it be?" Marigold, her ears twitching with curiosity, asked, Could it be that the Moonstone is tired, Elder Thistle? Perhaps it needs a rest? Elder Thistle chuckled softly. Ah, Marigold, always thinking of others' well-being. But the Moonstone draws its strength from the harmony of the forest. If it is flickering, then something in our world is out of balance. Tomlin and Marigold exchanged a thoughtful glance. How can we find out what's wrong? Tomlin asked, eager to help. Elder Thistle tapped his chin. We must observe and listen, my dear ones. The forest whispers its secrets to those who are patient and kind. With their task set, Tomlin and Marigold returned to the village, their minds buzzing with possibilities. They decided to explore the forest, hoping to uncover clues to the Moonstone's dilemma. As they wandered through the woods, they noticed the subtle signs of change. The birds' songs were quieter, the streams less lively. Even the normally cheerful squirrels seemed subdued. It was as if the very heart of the forest had grown weary. One afternoon, while resting by the silver stream, a shimmering brook that wound through the forest, they met a family of fireflies. The tiny creatures flitted about, their lights twinkling like stars in the dusk. Good evening, fireflies, Marigold greeted them. Have you noticed anything unusual in the forest lately? The fireflies paused in their dance, their lights flickering softly. Indeed, one replied in a tinkling voice. We've noticed that the night blossoms have stopped blooming. Without their glow, the forest feels less magical. The night blossoms were special flowers that only opened under the moonlight, their petals glowing with a radiant light. Could this be the imbalance Elder Thistle had spoken of? Tomlin and Marigold thanked the fireflies and hurried back to the village to share their discovery. The villagers gathered once more, listening intently as Tomlin recounted the fireflies' observation. Elder Thistle, who had joined the meeting, nodded sagely. The night blossoms are indeed vital to the forest's harmony. Their light is a part of the Moonstone's strength. If they are not blooming, it could explain the flickering. But why aren't they blooming? Asked one of the villagers, a gentle old woman named Hattie. Elder Thistle pondered this. Perhaps they are missing something. We must find what nourishes their bloom. Tomlin thought for a moment, recalling the times he'd seen the night blossoms at their brightest. The blossoms seem to glow most when the forest is filled with laughter and joy, he said, his eyes lighting up with an idea. Maybe they need our happiness to thrive. The villagers, inspired by Tomlin's insight, decided to hold a joyous celebration to rekindle the forest's spirit. They decorated the village with garlands of flowers, hung lanterns in the trees, and prepared a feast of fresh berries and honey cakes. As night fell, the village square came alive with music and laughter. The villagers danced beneath the stars, their hearts light and their spirits high. Even Elder Thistle joined in, swaying gently to the melody of a wood flute. As the celebration reached its peak, a wondrous sight unfolded. The night blossoms began to open, their radiant petals unfurling to the joyous sounds around them. Their glow spread through the forest, a shimmering wave of light that touched every leaf and branch. And high above, the Moonstone's flickering ceased. It shone steadily once more, its silvery light a beacon of peace and harmony. The villagers cheered, embracing one another as they realized the power of their shared joy. The forest, now vibrant and alive with magic, seemed to hum with contentment. Elder Thistle watched with a knowing smile. You see, my dear ones, he said softly, sometimes the simplest joys hold the greatest magic. With the mystery of the flickering moonstone resolved, the villagers returned to their homes, their hearts warm and their minds at ease. Tomlin and Marigold, tired but happy, walked back through the moonlit forest, the gentle rustle of leaves their lullaby. As they reached the edge of the village, Tomlin paused, looking up at the now steady glow of the moonstone. We did it, Marigold, he whispered, feeling a sense of peace wash over him. Marigold nuzzled his hand, her eyes bright with friendship. Together we can solve anything, she replied softly. With that, they bid each other good night and made their way to their cozy homes, the comforting glow of the moonstone lighting their way. And in the heart of Whispering Pines Forest, balance was restored, and all was right with the world once more. The forest sighed contentedly as the villagers drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that they were surrounded by the gentle magic of friendship and joy. And high above, the moonstone shone like a guardian star, watching over the village of Willoughby as it dreamed. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a quiet village nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Lyora. She was known for her kind eyes and the way she tended to her garden, coaxing life from the soil with a touch as gentle as the first rays of dawn. Yet, despite the outward harmony of her life, Lyora felt a stirring restlessness within her heart, a longing for change that both intrigued and frightened her. The village, with its cobblestone paths and chimneys that sent up curls of smoke like soft gray ribbons, was a place where time seemed to stand still. The villagers cherished their traditions and routines, finding comfort in the predictable rhythm of the seasons. But Lyora, as she watered her flowers and fed the birds that flitted to and fro, felt an unfamiliar pull towards something beyond the known horizon. One late afternoon, as the sun dipped below the forest canopy, painting the sky with hues of amber and violet, Lyora wandered deeper into the woods than she ever had before. The forest was a place of ancient magic, where trees whispered secrets to those who would listen. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a melody that seemed to echo the beat of her heart. As the path narrowed, Lyora stumbled upon a glade bathed in moonlight, where stood a peculiar tree unlike any she had seen. Its bark shimmered with a silvery sheen, and its branches were adorned with blossoms that glowed softly like stars fallen to earth. Entranced, Lyora approached, her fingers brushing against the tree's surface. Instantly, she felt a warmth spread through her hand, a sensation both comforting and exhilarating. In that moment, the tree spoke, not with words, but with feelings and images that filled her mind. It showed her visions of change, the seasons turning like pages in a book, each transformation more beautiful than the last. Lyora saw herself in these visions, growing and changing, and she understood that to embrace change was to embrace life itself. As Lyora stood there, lost in this magical communion, a gentle voice broke the silence. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Startled, Lyora turned to find an elderly woman emerging from the shadows, her presence as reassuring as a grandmother's embrace. Her name was Mira, known in the village for her wisdom and stories that danced with the light of 1,000 stars. Mira smiled, her eyes twinkling like the blossoms on the tree. "This is the tree of becoming," she explained, "a guardian of transformation. It mirrors the growth within us, showing what can be if we have the courage to change." Lyora listened, her heart swelling with a mixture of fear and hope. She had always feared change, but here in this enchanted glade, it seemed less like a storm and more like a gentle breeze, guiding her toward new horizons. Over the following days, Lyora returned to the tree, each visit accompanied by Mira, whose stories and gentle guidance helped Lyora begin to understand her own heart. They would sit under the tree, the ground soft with moss, as the sun wove golden patterns through the branches. One day, as autumn tinted the world in shades of russet and gold, Lyora shared her deepest fear with Mira. "What if I lose who I am by changing?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Mira chuckled softly, her laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes. "Oh, my dear," she said, "change does not mean losing oneself. It means discovering new facets of who you are. Just as the tree sheds its leaves, it also grows new ones, each more vibrant than the last." Inspired by Mira's words and the tree's silent encouragement, Lyora began to embrace change in small, gentle ways. She explored new paths in the forest, tried her hand at painting the flowers she so loved, and even learned to play the flute, its notes weaving through the air like birdsong. The village noticed the change in Lyora. Her eyes sparkled with newfound joy, and her laughter had a warmth that drew others to her like moths to a flame. She shared her experiences, encouraging her friends to seek out their own paths of growth, and soon the village, too, began to hum with a quiet excitement, a readiness to welcome change. Through this journey, Lyora discovered a profound truth. Change, while daunting, was the key to becoming the person she was meant to be. With each step she took, each fear she faced, she found herself growing stronger, her spirit blooming like the flowers in her garden. As winter's first snow dusted the village in a blanket of white, Lyora stood once more by the tree of becoming, her heart filled with gratitude. She touched the tree's bark, feeling the familiar warmth spread through her, a reminder of the magical journey she had embarked upon. With Mira by her side, Lyora whispered a promise to herself in the tree, to always embrace change with an open heart, knowing that within every ending lies the seed of a new beginning. And as the snowflakes danced around her, she felt a deep peace settle within her, a quiet certainty that whatever the future held, she would face it with courage and grace. And so, in the heart of the forest, under the watchful branches of the Tree of Becoming, Liora found not only her path, but also the beauty of transformation, a journey that would continue to unfold like the petals of a flower, one season at a time. And so, dear reader, may you too find the courage to embrace change, to seek out the magic within and around you, and to discover the endless possibilities that lie in the heart of transformation. For in change, there is growth, and in growth, there is life. Story 20. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. She had a curious heart and eyes that twinkled like the stars above on a clear night. Her world was one of simple joys, collecting wildflowers in the meadows, listening to the bubbling brook that wound its way through the village, and, most of all, exploring the nooks and crannies of her grandmother's old cottage. This cottage was a treasure trove of oddities and wonders. Its walls were lined with shelves bearing books whose spines were faded from the touch of time. There were jars of mysterious herbs and spices, and a grandfather clock that ticked softly in the corner, its hands moving with a grace that seemed almost alive. But it was in the attic, beneath a dusty old sheet, that Clara discovered something truly remarkable. One afternoon, as golden sunlight streamed through the attic window, Clara pulled back the sheet to reveal a mirror. Its frame was ornate, decorated with delicate carvings of vines and leaves that seemed to dance in the gentle breeze that wafted through the cracked window. The glass, however, was unlike any Clara had ever seen. It shimmered with a light of its own, casting tiny rainbows across the attic floor. Curiosity piqued, Clara reached out to touch the mirror. As her fingers brushed the cool surface, a soft hum filled the air, and the room seemed to hold its breath. The mirror rippled like water, and Clara found herself gazing not at her own reflection, but into a world that was both familiar and strange. It was a world where the colors were more vibrant, the air was sweeter, and the very ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse with life. Entranced, Clara stepped forward and found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The trees were tall and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Flowers bloomed in abundance, their petals glowing with an inner light. Beside her appeared a gentle creature, a small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves. Its eyes were bright and intelligent, and it regarded Clara with a friendly curiosity. "Welcome, traveler." The fox spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Phelan, the guardian of this realm. What brings you to our world?" Clara explained how she had stumbled upon the mirror and her wonder at the land she now found herself in. Phelan nodded, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "You have found the Mirror of Realms, a gateway between worlds. Few are chosen to see it, and fewer still to cross its threshold." As they walked together through the enchanted forest, Phelan explained the realm's magic. Everywhere here holds a secret, a story waiting to be discovered, and each who visits brings something of themselves to this place. Their path led them to a grove where the sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Here, they met an old tortoise named Orin, with a shell that shimmered with a mosaic of colors. Orin was slow of speech but rich in wisdom, and he shared tales of the realm's history and the magic that bound it together. But all was not well in this world. The heart of the forest, a grand tree known as the Elder Tree, was withering. Its leaves, once vibrant, were now dull, and its branches drooped as if burdened by an unseen weight. "The Elder Tree is the source of our realm's magic," Phelan explained gravely. "Without it, our world fades." Clara felt a tug at her heart, a desire to help. "What can we do?" she asked, her voice filled with determination. "It is said," Orin spoke slowly, "that the heart of the tree can only be healed by the touch of a pure-hearted soul who sees with not just eyes, but with understanding." Clara pondered these words as they journeyed to the Elder Tree. Along the way, they encountered other creatures of the forest, each with their own quirks and charms. There was Lyra, the songbird who sang melodies that could lift the clouds, and Thistle, a mischievous rabbit with a knack for riddles. Together, these newfound friends guided Clara to the elder tree. Standing before it, Clara placed her hands gently on its bark. She closed her eyes and listened, not just with her ears but with her heart. She felt the tree's pain, its loneliness, and its hope. In that moment of quiet connection, Clara understood. The tree needed to be seen, to be heard, to be cared for. It needed the love and attention of those it sheltered. As she stood there, the warmth spread from her hands into the tree. A soft glow emanated from the elder tree, spreading outward, restoring its leaves to their vibrant green and infusing the air with a sweet, floral fragrance. The forest responded with a chorus of joy. The creatures danced and sang, their voices a harmonious celebration of life renewed. Phelan bowed his head to Clara, gratitude shining in his eyes. "You have given us a gift beyond measure," he said. "The heart of your kindness has healed our home." With the realm restored, Clara knew it was time to return to her own world. She bid farewell to her friends, each of whom gifted her a token of their gratitude: a feather from Lyra, a polished stone from Orin, a playful wink from Thistle. As she stepped back through the mirror, Clara felt a gentle tug, as if the world she left behind was whispering a promise of return. She found herself once more in the attic, the mirror now still and silent, but her heart full of the magic she had witnessed. Back in Willowbrook, Clara carried the lessons of the forest with her. She learned to see the beauty in the ordinary, to listen with empathy, and to cherish the connections that bind all living things. And on quiet evenings, when the stars twinkled overhead, Clara would sit by her window, a warm cup of tea in her hands, and dream of the day she might once again step through the mirror into a world where magic flowed like the wind, and the heart spoke louder than words. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams woven with the threads of wonder and friendship, the mirror's magic forever a part of her soul. Story 21. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight trickled through a tapestry of emerald leaves, there lay a realm untouched by time. This forest was a sanctuary, a place where the whispers of the wind carried secrets of old, and the gentle rustling of leaves was like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. At the center of this verdant world stood a great oak tree, its branches sprawling wide and high, a silent sentinel that had witnessed the passage of countless seasons. Its bark was gnarled and thick, a testament to its age, while its leaves shimmered in hues of gold and green, catching the light in such a way that they seemed to glow with an inner magic. Beneath the oak's generous canopy lived a community of creatures whose lives unfolded in harmony with the rhythms of the forest. There was Bramble, the wise old hedgehog, whose quills were as much a part of the underbrush as the fallen leaves. Bramble had a gentle demeanor and eyes that twinkled with the stories of many years. His burrow, nestled snugly under the roots of the oak, was lined with soft moss and dried ferns, a cozy refuge from the world outside. In the branches above, Lyra the squirrel made her home. With fur as russet as autumn leaves and a tail that curled like a wisp of smoke, Lyra was nimble and quick, darting from branch to branch with the grace of a breeze. Her nest was a careful weave of twigs and leaves, perfectly placed to catch the morning sun and sheltered enough to withstand the fiercest storms. Each morning, as mist rose like a gentle veil over the forest floor, Bramble and Lyra would gather with their friends at a small clearing where the sun's first light would paint the world in shades of gold and rose. Here they would share news and stories, their voices blending with the song of the birds and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. One such morning, as the dew clung to the grass and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, Bramble noticed something amiss. The air felt different, charged with a strange energy that hummed just beneath the surface. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. "Do you feel that, Lyra?" Bramble asked, his voice carrying a note of curiosity. Lyra paused, her ears twitching. "Yes, I feel it. It's as if the forest is trying to tell us something." As the friends pondered this mystery, a soft flutter of wings announced the arrival of Luna, the wise old owl. Her feathers were like a tapestry of moonlight and shadow, and her eyes, large and knowing, seemed to hold the wisdom of the stars. "There is change in the air," Luna said, her voice as soft as the night wind. The seasons are shifting, and with them comes a great magic. It is the dance of the seasons, a time when the veil between the worlds is thin, and the balance of the forest must be upheld. The dance of the seasons, Bramble mused. I remember tales of it from my youth, but I've never witnessed it myself. It is a rare and wondrous event, Luna replied, a time when the natural world and the magic within it are in perfect harmony, but it requires the guidance of those who live here to ensure that balance is maintained. Lyra's eyes sparkled with excitement. What must we do, Luna? The dance is a delicate interplay of elements, Luna explained. Earth, air, fire, and water must come together in harmony. We must each do our part to ensure that balance is preserved. And so it was decided that Bramble, with his knowledge of the earth, would tend to the roots and soil, ensuring that they remained strong and nourished. Lyra, swift and nimble, would dance through the trees, guiding the winds and carrying the seeds of renewal. Luna, with her wisdom, would oversee the ceremony, her keen eyes watching for any sign of imbalance. As the day of the dance approached, the forest seemed to come alive with anticipation. The air was crisp and clear, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of change. The brook sang a joyful melody, its waters sparkling in the sunlight, while the trees swayed gently as if in silent agreement. On the eve of the dance, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned to twilight, the creatures of the forest gathered beneath the great oak. The air was filled with the flutter of wings and the soft rustle of fur, as every creature, great and small, came to witness the magic of the seasons. Bramble stood by the roots of the oak, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath his paws. He whispered words of care and encouragement, his voice blending with the gentle hum of the soil. Lyra, her heart alight with purpose, darted through the branches, her movements as fluid as the breeze, scattering seeds and guiding the air in a graceful dance. Above them, Luna watched with wise eyes, her presence a calming constant amidst the swirling magic. As the first star appeared in the dusky sky, she raised her wings, signaling the beginning of the dance. Slowly, the forest began to glow with an ethereal light, a soft shimmer that seemed to come from the very heart of the world. The leaves of the great oak rustled as if in applause, while the brook sang a song of joy and renewal. In that moment, the air was filled with a sense of peace and unity, a reminder that every creature, every leaf and stone, was part of a greater whole. The dance of the seasons was not just a celebration of change, but a promise that life would continue, that harmony would prevail. As the last notes of the dance faded into the night, Bramble, Lyra, and Luna gathered with their friends beneath the oak. The forest was quiet now, wrapped in the gentle embrace of night, but the magic lingered in the air, a soft reminder of the beauty of balance. "We did it," Lyra whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes," Bramble agreed, a smile on his face. "The forest is at peace, and so are we." Luna nodded, her eyes reflecting the light of the stars. "Remember this night, dear friends, and the wisdom it brings. For the dance of the seasons is a reminder that we are all connected, that we must care for one another and the world we share." With hearts full of gratitude and a deep sense of belonging, the creatures of the forest returned to their homes, cradled by the night and the promise of a new day. And as the great oak stood watch over the sleeping forest, the stars above twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns, lighting the way to dreams of harmony and peace. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between emerald hills and the gentle cascade of a silvery river, there lived a young woman named Lyra. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, was surrounded by ancient woods, whispering secrets of the past. The air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, creating a tapestry of fragrances that danced with every breeze. Lyra had always felt a deep connection to the land, yet there lingered a quiet yearning within her, a longing to understand the stories of her ancestors, whose voices seemed to echo through the rustling leaves. Her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, often spoke of their lineage with reverence, mentioning a legacy hidden within the folds of time. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself wandering near the edge of the forest. There, she stumbled upon an old moss-covered path she had never noticed before. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, she decided to follow it, each step whispering an invitation to uncover the mysteries of her heritage. The path led her deeper into the woods, where sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patches of warmth on the forest floor. Birdsong filled the air with a melodious charm, and Lyra felt a sense of peace enveloping her, as though the forest itself was cradling her in a gentle embrace. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in a soft, ethereal light. In the center stood a circle of ancient stone pillars, their surfaces etched with intricate symbols and runes. At the heart of the circle lay a wooden chest, aged and weathered by time, its surface carved with the same mysterious markings. With a gentle touch, Lyra opened the chest. Inside, she found a collection of artifacts, a beautifully woven tapestry, a delicate silver pendant, and an age-old book with pages yellowed by time. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, resonating with a warmth that seeped into her very soul. The tapestry depicted a grand tree with roots that stretched far and wide, its branches adorned with symbols of the sun and moon. The pendant bore the image of a phoenix, its wings spread wide as if ready to soar. The book, though fragile, contained stories penned in her ancestors' hands, tales of courage, wisdom, and unity. As Lyra carefully leafed through the pages, she felt a profound connection to those who had come before her. The stories spoke of a time when her people lived in harmony with the land, guided by the wisdom of nature and the strength of their bonds with one another. They had faced challenges and adversity, yet through compassion and understanding, they had thrived. In that moment, Lyra realized that the legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts, but in the values they cherished: kindness, community, and respect for the natural world. These were the true treasures passed down through generations, guiding her to a deeper understanding of herself and her place in the world. With a heart full of newfound purpose, Lyra gently closed the book and placed the artifacts back into the chest. She knew she had uncovered a legacy far richer than she had ever imagined. The lessons of the past had woven themselves into the fabric of her being, and she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if the roots of the grand tree now anchored her firmly to the earth. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a golden glow over the forest, Lyra retraced her steps home. The village awaited her with open arms, and she knew she would carry the stories of her ancestors with her, sharing their wisdom and ensuring their legacy would continue to flourish. And so, under the starlit sky, Lyra returned to her village, her heart aglow with the warmth of understanding and the gentle promise of tomorrow. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest sighed softly in the night, content in the knowledge that its secrets had found a worthy guardian. Story 23. Once upon a time, in the gentle folds of a lush, emerald valley, there stood a quaint little village named Willowbrook. Nestled snugly between whispering woods and twinkling streams, the village seemed quite ordinary at first glance. But those with keen eyes and open hearts knew that Willowbrook was a place where magic lingered softly, like the scent of wildflowers on a warm summer breeze. In this village lived a young girl named Lyra, whose spirit was as bright as the morning sun. Lyra had a knack for noticing things that others often overlooked, like the way the dew sparkled on the grass, or how the wind whispered secrets to the leaves. Her days were filled with adventure and curiosity, but one particular day was destined to be more remarkable than any before. On a crisp morning, as the golden rays of dawn kissed the earth, Lyra decided to explore the edge of the forest, where the trees stood like silent sentinels guarding ancient secrets. With a light heart, she skipped along the path, humming a tune that danced on the air like a waltz of butterflies. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the world around her seemed to hold its breath, as if anticipating something wondrous. It was there, beneath the sprawling branches of an old oak, that Lyra found an unusual object partially buried in the cool, damp earth. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, worn by time but still exuding a quiet elegance. The box was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight, as if alive with stories waiting to be told. With gentle hands, Lyra unearthed the box and held it close, feeling a curious warmth emanating from its surface. A sense of wonder filled her heart, and she knew that this was no ordinary treasure. As she carefully opened the box, she discovered a delicate, silver key resting inside. It was unlike any key she had ever seen, glistening with an ethereal glow that hinted at hidden mysteries. Determined to uncover the secret of the key, Lyra sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kindly woman named Malus, whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless moons. Malus had been the keeper of lore and tales, and her knowledge was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. Upon seeing the key, Malus smiled knowingly and said, "Ah, young Lyra, you have found the key of echoes. It is said to unlock the hidden doors to the heart's deepest desires and the world's most wondrous places." Curiosity piqued, Lyra asked how she might use the key. Malus replied, "The key will guide you, dear child, but remember, its magic only works with a heart full of kindness and the courage to listen to the whispers of the world." With these words echoing in her mind, Lyra set off on a journey, guided by an invisible thread of enchantment. Along the way, she encountered a series of delightful companions who joined her quest. There was Finn, a playful squirrel with eyes like shiny acorns, who had a knack for finding hidden paths and secret nooks. Then there was Gwen, a gentle deer with a heart as pure as moonlight, who could sense the faintest trails and lead the way through the densest thickets. Together, they ventured through the forest, each step tinged with anticipation. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the sweet song of birds, creating a symphony of serenity. As they traveled, they came upon a clearing bathed in golden light, where a shimmering portal stood, its surface rippling like a pond kissed by raindrops. The portal was guarded by an ancient wise owl named Sage, whose feathers were the color of twilight. Sage regarded Lyra with a gaze that seemed to peer into her very soul. "To pass through this gateway," Sage intoned softly, "you must solve the riddle of the heart. Only then will the key reveal its true power." Lyra listened intently as Sage posed the riddle. What is it that cannot be seen, cannot be touched, but is the most precious gift one can give? The young girl pondered the question, feeling the weight of its wisdom. Her mind wandered through the lessons of her life, the gentle moments and the bonds of friendship that had shaped her world. Then, like a gentle dawn breaking through the night, the answer unfolded within her. "It is love," Lyra said quietly but confidently. "Love is the invisible thread that binds us, the gift that grows with each act of kindness." Sage nodded approvingly, a knowing glint in his eyes. "Indeed, love is the key to all doors. Your heart has spoken with truth and wisdom." With these words, the portal shimmered and opened, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. Lyra and her companions stepped through, entering a realm where the sky danced with colors of every hue, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming dreams. In this magical land, Lyra discovered wonders beyond her wildest imaginings. She learned that the key she held was not just a tool of unlocking, but a reminder that the greatest magic of all lay within her heart, in the friendships she cherished and the love she shared. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a gentle twilight, Lyra and her friends found their way back to Willowbrook. The village welcomed them with open arms, and the tales of their journey became woven into the fabric of the community. Stories told by the fireside to inspire generations yet to come. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of stars, Lyra's adventure came full circle. The key was returned to its box, the box to its resting place beneath the old oak, waiting patiently for another seeker of wonders to discover its secrets. But the true treasure remained in Lyra's heart, a legacy of love and friendship that would never fade. With a final sigh of contentment, Lyra nestled into her bed, the night's gentle embrace wrapping around her like a warm blanket. And as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, the stars above twinkled in silent applause, for they knew that the magic of love was the greatest story ever told. Story 24. In a distant galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet canopy of space, there existed a small, verdant planet named Lumeria. This world was renowned throughout the cosmos for its lush, golden forests and shimmering azure rivers that wound gently through the land like strands of silk. The harmonious hum of nature was ever present, a soothing symphony that lulled its inhabitants into a peaceful existence. Among the denizens of this tranquil world was a gentle creature named Orin. Orin was a Lumerian, a species known for their delicate, filigree wings and antennae that glowed softly when they were content. Orin lived in a cozy nook at the base of a towering sequoia tree, its bark warm and fragrant with hints of cinnamon and honey. Here, the flickering fireplace cast a comforting glow that danced across the walls, painting the space in shades of amber and gold. One evening, as Orin settled into a plush armchair woven from the softest of mosses, a peculiar sound echoed through the forest. It was the distinct hum of a spacecraft, an uncommon occurrence in this part of the galaxy. Curiosity piqued. Orin fluttered outside, wings whispering against the cool night air. The source of the sound soon revealed itself. A small, sleek ship, silver as moonlight, had landed awkwardly among the trees. Emerging from the vessel was a figure unlike any Orin had seen before. Tall and slender, with skin that shimmered like the surface of a pearl, was a being named Tico from the oceanic planet of Aquilon. Tico's species, the Aquarians, were known for their graceful, fluid movements and the iridescent scales that adorned their bodies. Their eyes, deep and reflective as the sea's depths, held a mix of awe and uncertainty. Orin approached cautiously, antennae glowing a soft, welcoming lavender. "Greetings, traveler," Orin called gently, voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to our humble world?" Tico blinked, startled by the unexpected warmth in Orin's tone. "I seem to have lost my way," Tico admitted, voice a melody of rippling water. "The stars are not as familiar from this angle of the universe." Orin smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the night. "Fear not. Here on Lumeria we cherish our guests. Let us find you some comfort and guidance." The two made their way back to Orin's home, where Tico marveled at the inviting space. The air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the crackling fire cast a gentle warmth that seemed to seep into the soul. As days turned into weeks, Orin and Tico found themselves sharing stories, their evenings filled with laughter and understanding. Yet, despite their growing friendship, there were moments of misunderstanding. Orin's casual fluttering about the house often startled Tico, whose Aquilonian instincts associated sudden movements with danger. Conversely, Tico's silences, a sign of deep thought among Aquarians, sometimes left Orin feeling uneasy, as if a storm brewed beneath the calm surface. One morning, while exploring the forest together, they stumbled upon a vast field of luminescent flowers. The petals glowed a soft, inviting pink, and the air buzzed with a gentle, harmonious energy. As they ventured further, they discovered an ancient stone archway, covered in intricate carvings that spoke of old magic and forgotten tales. "Look," Orin said, tracing a finger over the carvings. "These symbols tell the story of unity and strength. They remind us that even the most different of beings can find harmony." Tico nodded, touched by the depth of Orin's wisdom. "It's beautiful," they murmured, their voice a soft, echoing wave. "I feel as though we are part of something much larger." Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, swept through the forest one evening, its winds howling like wild spirits. The two friends worked together, securing Orin's home against the tempest, their movements a dance of synchronicity and trust. In the eye of the storm, Tico used their knowledge of water to channel the rain away from the dwelling, while Orin's wings shielded the delicate plants in their garden. Through these trials, they found strength in their differences. Orin's light-hearted optimism balanced Tico's contemplative nature, while Tico's adaptability and resilience inspired Orin to embrace change with grace. As the storm clouds dissipated, revealing a sky washed clean and bright with promise, Orin and Tico sat together beneath the archway of stars. The air was fresh, tinged with the scent of rain-soaked earth and blooming wildflowers. "Thank you," Tico said softly, their voice a gentle tide, "for teaching me the beauty of this world and the warmth of your friendship." Orin's antennae glowed a vibrant emerald, signaling their joy. "And you, dear Tico, have shown me the depth of the sea and the power of patience." Together, they watched as a new dawn painted the horizon with hues of gold and rose, a testament to the bond they had forged. In the quiet embrace of the universe, they discovered that true friendship transcended the boundaries of planets and species. It was a melody that resonated deep within, a harmony that wove through the fabric of their lives, binding them forever in the gentle, eternal dance of companionship. And so, in the heart of Lumeria, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, Oren and Tico learned that the true meaning of friendship lay not in similarity, but in the beauty of their shared journey, one where every step was marked by the warmth of understanding and the light of mutual respect. Story 25. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and dense, whispering woods, lived a young girl named Clara. Her days passed in simple joys, gathering wildflowers, skipping stones across the shimmering lake, and listening to the tales spun by the village elders. Despite the village's serene beauty, Clara often felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the mysterious depths of the forest that loomed just beyond the village's edge. The forest was a place of legend and wonder, spoken of in hushed tones around the hearth. It was said to be home to creatures of ancient magic, and to those who dared enter, it promised either great riches or eternal enchantment. Clara's grandmother, a wise woman with a twinkle in her eye, often spoke of a hidden world within the forest, a world invisible to those with hurried hearts and unseeing eyes. One crisp autumn morning, as the village was veiled in a gentle mist, Clara found herself drawn to the forest's edge. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves a tapestry of gold and crimson. With a heart full of both trepidation and excitement, Clara stepped onto the path that wound its way into the forest's heart. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and rich soil. As Clara walked deeper, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Birds trilled melodious songs, and the rustle of leaves whispered secrets too ancient to comprehend. Clara's senses were alive with the forest's magic, and she felt a strange certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. As the path twisted and turned, Clara stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward. At its base lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Curiosity piqued, Clara approached the pool, peering into its depths. To her astonishment, the water reflected not her own face, but a vision of a hidden world, a place of ethereal beauty, where creatures of legend roamed free, and the air hummed with magic. Suddenly a soft voice broke the silence. "You have found the Pool of Whispers," it said, gentle as a breeze. Clara turned to find a small creature perched on a nearby rock. It was a fox, but unlike any she had seen before. Its fur glimmered with a silvery sheen, and its eyes were deep pools of wisdom and kindness. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice tinged with wonder. "I am Fen," the fox replied, bowing its head slightly. "Guardian of the hidden realm. Few have the heart to find this place, but you, dear Clara, have been chosen." "Chosen for what?" Clara inquired, her curiosity growing. Fen's eyes sparkled with amusement. "To embark on a journey that will change you, and perhaps even our world. The hidden realm is in need of your kindness and courage. Will you help us?" Clara hesitated for only a moment, her adventurous spirit urging her forward. "Yes, I will help," she declared with resolve. With a nod of approval, Fen beckoned her to follow. Together they stepped into the pool, its surface parting like a curtain to reveal a vibrant world beyond. The air was alive with colors and sounds Clara had never imagined. Trees with leaves of iridescent hues swayed gently, and streams of crystal-clear water sang as they danced over smooth stones. The inhabitants of this realm were equally wondrous. Graceful deer with antlers of woven light, butterflies that shimmered like rainbows, and fairy folk who flitted about with laughter like tinkling bells. Clara's heart soared with joy, and she knew she had found a place where the ordinary rules of the world did not apply. Fen led Clara through meadows and over hills, until they reached a village nestled in a valley. It was a place of warmth and harmony, where creatures of all kinds lived together in peace. Yet, as they approached, Clara noticed an air of unease among the villagers. Their normally bright faces were shadowed with worry. "The Heartstone is fading," Fen explained, gesturing towards a large crystal set upon a pedestal in the village square. It pulsed faintly, its light dimming with each passing moment. "The Heartstone is the source of our realm's magic. Without it, our world will wither." Clara felt a pang of empathy for these gentle creatures. "What can we do to restore it?" she asked, eager to help. "There is a legend," Fen said, "of a magical flower, the Life-Star Blossom, which blooms only once a century in the Valley of Echoes. Its essence can renew the Heartstone, but the journey is perilous, and the valley is hidden beyond the misty mountains. Clara's determination grew stronger. "I will find the blossom," she declared, her voice unwavering. Fen smiled, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Clara. You have the heart of a true adventurer." With Fen by her side, Clara set off on her quest. The path was fraught with challenges: treacherous ravines, raging rivers, and dense forests that seemed to shift and change. Yet, with each obstacle, Clara's resolve only strengthened. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to trust the guidance of her heart, and to find courage in the companionship of her new friends. As they journeyed, Clara and Fen encountered many creatures in need of help: a family of rabbits trapped by a fallen tree, a bird with a broken wing, and a lost fawn searching for its mother. Each time, Clara offered her assistance, her kindness weaving bonds of friendship and trust throughout the land. Finally, after days of travel, they reached the foot of the misty mountains. The peaks loomed high above, shrouded in swirling mists that obscured the way forward. Clara's heart fluttered with a mixture of fear and anticipation, but she knew she could not turn back now. With Fen leading the way, they began the ascent. The climb was steep and arduous, the air growing thin and cold as they neared the summit. Yet, Clara's spirit was buoyed by the thought of the creatures depending on her, and the promise of the Life-Star blossom waiting just beyond. As they reached the top, the mists parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The Valley of Echoes lay stretched before them, a hidden paradise of lush greenery and cascading waterfalls. The air was filled with a symphony of nature's sounds, echoing softly in the stillness. In the center of the valley, bathed in a shaft of golden sunlight, stood the Life-Star blossom. Its petals glowed with an inner light, a radiant bloom of pure magic. Clara approached reverently, her heart filled with awe and gratitude. She carefully gathered the blossom, cradling it as one would a precious treasure. With the blossom in hand, Clara and Fen made their way back to the village. The journey seemed shorter now, each step lighter with the knowledge of their success. As they crossed the threshold of the hidden realm, the villagers greeted them with cheers of joy and relief. With great ceremony, Clara placed the Life-Star blossom beside the Heartstone. Its light mingled with the crystal, infusing it with renewed energy and brilliance. The Heartstone pulsed with vibrant colors, its magic spreading through the realm like a gentle wave. The villagers rejoiced, their world restored to its former glory. Clara was hailed as a hero, her name spoken with love and gratitude by all she had helped. Yet as the celebrations continued, Clara felt a tug at her heart, a longing for her own home and the familiar comforts of Willowbrook. Fen, sensing her thoughts, approached with a knowing smile. "You have done more than we could have hoped for, Clara. Your heart will always have a place here, but I understand your desire to return." Clara nodded, her eyes misty with emotion. "I will never forget this place and the friends I've made," she promised. With a final farewell, Clara stepped back through the pool, returning to the forest clearing she had left behind. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the land. Clara took a deep breath, the familiar sense of the forest filling her lungs. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, Clara felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, unlike any she had known before. The journey had changed her, opening her heart to the wonders of the world and the power of courage and kindness. That night, as Clara lay in bed, the memories of her adventure danced in her mind like the flickering flames of a cozy fire. She closed her eyes, a contented smile playing on her lips, and drifted into a gentle sleep, knowing that the magic of the hidden realm would always be a part of her. And so, in the quiet village of Willowbrook, beneath the shimmering stars and the watchful gaze of the moon, a young girl named Clara dreamed of a world where friendship and courage could change the course of destiny. A world where the impossible was possible, and where magic lived in every heart. Story 26. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy and painted golden patterns on the soft earth, there lived a community of creatures, each with a role as integral as the roots of the towering oaks. This forest was not easy to find, cloaked in mist and mystery, hidden from the hurried world beyond. Here, time moved with the rhythm of nature, and magic whispered through every leaf and stream. At the center of this forest lay a glen, where the ground was covered in moss, so plush that stepping on it felt like walking on a cloud. In this enchanted place, a gentle breeze always stirred, carrying the scent of pine and the faint sweetness of wildflowers. It was here that the creatures gathered beneath the great elder tree, an ancient oak with a trunk so wide it would take a dozen arms to encircle it. The elder tree was the heart of the forest, its branches stretching high and wide, a sanctuary where wisdom was shared and traditions were passed down. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and when the wind rustled through them, it sounded as if the forest itself was speaking. Among the creatures who made their home in this glen was a wise old owl named Orin. With eyes like amber lanterns, Orin was the keeper of stories, tales woven with the threads of history and magic. Next to him lived Nissa, a nimble fox with a coat that mirrored the fiery hues of autumn leaves. Her cleverness and agility made her a beloved guide for those who sought to understand the forest's deeper secrets. One brisk morning, as the first frost kissed the ground with delicate ice crystals, Nissa noticed something peculiar. The vibrant hues of the glen seemed muted, the usual chorus of birdsong was quieter, and a strange stillness hung in the air. Concerned, she padded softly to the foot of the elder tree, where Orin was perched, his feathers fluffed against the chill. "Orin," she called gently, her voice a melodic whisper in the crisp air, "have you felt the change in the forest? It seems as though something is amiss." The wise owl blinked slowly, considering her words. "Indeed, Nissa," he replied, his voice resonant and soothing, like the soft crackle of a distant fire. "The balance of our home feels unsettled. We must listen to what the forest tells us." Together, they sat beneath the elder tree, closing their eyes and attuning their senses to the whispers of the wind and the murmur of the leaves. Slowly they became aware of a subtle discord, a tension that pulsed beneath the surface of the forest's usual harmony. It was then that a small, timid voice piped up from the underbrush. It was Thistle, a young hare with fur as soft as the dandelion fluff from which he took his name. "I've heard from the streams that the seasons are struggling to change. The winter spirits are confused, unsure whether to paint the world in frost or let the colors of autumn linger." Orin nodded thoughtfully. "This is no small matter. The harmony of the seasons is vital to the balance of our forest. We must seek the guidance of the ancient ones, the spirits who watch over the cycles of time." Nissa and Orin decided to consult the Spirit of Seasons, a mystical entity that dwelt deep within the forest's heart. Their journey took them through a landscape touched by the waning light of autumn. Leaves crunched underfoot, releasing the earthy aroma of the forest floor, while the chill air nipped playfully at their noses. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew wilder, the trees taller and more twisted with age. The path was woven with roots and stones, a testament to the enduring strength of nature. Finally, they arrived at the sacred grove, a place where time seemed to stand still, and the air was thick with the scent of cedar and ancient secrets. In the center of the grove stood the Spirit of Seasons, an ethereal figure woven from the elements themselves. Her form shimmered like sunlight on water, shifting with the colors of each season. Emerald greens of spring, the golden blaze of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the crystalline blue of winter. "Welcome, travelers," the spirit spoke, her voice a gentle symphony of birdsong and breeze. "I see you have come with the forest's concern." Nissa, her eyes bright with determination, stepped forward. "Great Spirit, the balance of the seasons has been disturbed. We seek your wisdom to restore harmony to our home." The spirit nodded, a slow and graceful movement that seemed to echo through the trees. "The balance has indeed been disrupted, but it is not beyond mending. It requires understanding and unity among all who dwell in this forest." Orin, who had listened intently, asked, "What must we do to help restore the balance?" The spirit's eyes, deep in knowing, looked upon them with kindness. "Each creature must offer something of themselves, a gift to the forest that represents their bond with this land. Through these offerings, the cycle will find its rhythm once more." With hearts full of purpose, Nissa and Orin returned to the glen, where they gathered the forest's inhabitants. From the smallest ant to the mightiest stag, each was asked to contribute something meaningful. The birds sang their sweetest songs, a melodious gift to the winds. The squirrels gathered acorns, a symbol of life and growth, while the bees offered golden drops of honey, rich with the essence of summer blooms. Nisa contributed her own gift, the warmth of her coat, which she shared with those in need as the chill of winter approached. Oren offered his stories, weaving them into the very air, so that the wisdom of the ages might guide them all. Together, they returned to the sacred grove, where the spirit of seasons awaited. Each gift was placed at her feet, the offerings forming a circle of unity and gratitude. As the last gift was laid down, a gentle breeze stirred, swirling around the grove in a dance of colors and light. The spirit smiled, her form shimmering with renewed vitality. "You have done well, dear creatures. Through your unity and generosity, the balance is restored." With that, the colors of autumn began to fade, gracefully giving way to the crisp purity of winter. Snowflakes fell gently from the sky, blanketing the forest in a peaceful white. The creatures rejoiced, their spirits lifted by the harmonious shift. As the first rays of the winter sun peeked through the trees, Nisa and Oren stood side by side, their hearts warm with the knowledge that together they had preserved the delicate harmony of their home. And so, in the ancient forest, where magic wove its way through every bough and stream, the seasons continued their eternal dance, a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of those who listened to the whispers of the world. The balance was restored, and with it, the promise of new beginnings. As the forest settled into its winter slumber, the creatures nestled into their cozy homes, lulled to sleep by the gentle lullaby of the wind through the trees. And the elder tree stood watch, its leaves shimmering like the stars above, a guardian of dreams and the keeper of time's eternal secrets. Story 27. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sun's golden rays filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lay a hidden world brimming with life and mystery. This was a realm where the whisper of the wind spoke the language of the trees, and the soft gurgle of streams sang songs of old. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the gentle footfalls of creatures that called it home. Beneath the towering oaks and maples, the forest floor was a tapestry of moss and ferns, their fronds brushing against the air with every passing breeze. It was here that the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, woven into the very fabric of the earth and sky. In this serene landscape, a wise old tortoise named Inara carried the stories of the forest on her sturdy back. Her shell, etched with the patterns of time, was a testament to the many seasons she had witnessed. Inara was the keeper of ancient wisdom, passed down through generations, from the first bloom of spring to the last leaf of autumn. As the days grew cooler and the forest began to don its autumnal cloak of fiery reds and golds, a gentle whisper spread among the trees. The creatures of the forest gathered around Inara, sensing that she had a tale to share, one that would guide them through the coming change. Among the gathering was a young fox named Fen. His coat was the color of a warm sunset, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Beside him sat Vera, a wise old owl whose feathers bore the colors of twilight, and Willow, a gentle deer with eyes as soft as the morning mist. Inara began her tale, her voice a soothing melody that harmonized with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a songbird. "Long ago," she said, "when the world was still young, the seasons danced in harmony, each leaving its mark upon the earth before gracefully passing the baton to the next. The cycles of nature," she continued, "are like a grand symphony, each season with its own notes and rhythms. Spring brings the awakening of life, summer paints the world in vibrant hues, autumn whispers of rest, and winter blankets the earth in peace." The creatures listened intently, their hearts attuned to the wisdom in Inara's words. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, as if the trees themselves were leaning in to hear the tale. "But there came a time," Inara continued, "when the balance was disturbed. The seasons quarreled, each wishing to reign forever. The earth grew weary, and the harmony of life began to falter. A hush fell over the forest as the creatures imagined a world out of balance, where the vibrant blooms of spring would never fade, nor the crisp chill of winter ever arrive." "It was the smallest of creatures," Inara said, her eyes twinkling with the light of shared memory, who reminded the seasons of their purpose. "A tiny firefly, with a heart full of courage, flew to the north wind and whispered the secret of harmony. "What did she say?" asked Fen, his voice a soft echo in the quiet of the forest. "She sang a song of unity," Inara replied, "a melody that spoke of the beauty in change, the wisdom in letting go, and the strength found in togetherness." As the story unfolded, the creatures felt the warmth of understanding spread through them. The forest, too, seemed to sigh in contentment, the leaves rustling like gentle applause. And so, Inara concluded, the seasons learned to dance together once more, each embracing their time and passing gracefully to the next. Balance was restored, and the earth sang with joy. The tale was complete, but its echoes lingered, weaving into the fabric of the forest and the hearts of its inhabitants. The creatures understood that their lives, too, were part of this grand dance, each playing a role in the symphony of nature. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. The creatures returned to their homes, hearts filled with the wisdom of the ages and the comfort of unity. Inara watched them go, a gentle smile on her ancient face. The forest was her family, and she knew that as long as its stories lived on, the harmony of the earth would endure. And so, beneath the starlit sky, the forest breathed, a living testament to the power of balance, the beauty of change, and the magic of life itself. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between snow-capped mountains and lush emerald forests, there lived a gentle soul named Finn. His home, a cozy thatched cottage, lay at the edge of the village, where the forest began its whispering tales. Finn was a weaver by trade, his fingers deftly crafting tapestries that depicted the vibrant stories whispered to him by the winds that danced through the trees. Finn had a secret. He possessed a magical loom, an ancient heirloom passed down through generations. This loom, with its intricately carved legs and shimmering golden threads, had the power to weave not just cloth, but also the dreams and hopes of those who sought its magic. The loom sang softly as he worked, its melodies weaving into the fabric a warmth that was felt by all who touched it. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall, Finn received an unusual visitor. It was a young girl named Lyra, her eyes as bright as the morning sun, and her spirit as free as the wind. Lyra spoke in hushed tones of a dream she could not shake, a vision of a hidden world within the forest that beckoned her with its mysterious allure. Intrigued, Finn listened as Lyra described a place where the trees whispered secrets of old, and the streams sang songs forgotten by time. In this hidden world, she sensed a presence, a guardian of sorts, who watched over the forest and its creatures. Her dreams were filled with images of gentle deer, with antlers like branches, and birds that shimmered with colors unseen by human eyes. Determined to uncover the truth behind Lyra's dreams, Finn agreed to accompany her on a journey into the heart of the forest. Together, they set out, guided by the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of the brook that led them deeper into the woods. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, while shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, painting the forest floor in a dappled dance of light and shadow. As they ventured deeper, Finn and Lyra discovered a path obscured by ivy and moss, leading to an ancient stone archway. It was here that the air seemed to hum with magic, a tangible presence that tingled against their skin. Beyond the archway lay a realm untouched by time, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches intertwined as if holding hands. This was the hidden world of Lyra's dreams, a place where magic and nature existed in perfect harmony. The forest creatures, sensing the purity of their intentions, gathered around them with curious eyes. A gentle stag, its antlers adorned with moss and lichen, approached with a regal grace, nodding its head in silent greeting. Finn and Lyra explored this enchanted realm, their hearts filled with wonder and joy. They discovered a glade where the grass was as soft as velvet, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. In the center of the glade stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching towards the sky like arms seeking the sun. It was beneath this tree that they found the guardian of the forest, a wise old owl with feathers as silver as moonlight, and eyes that held the wisdom of the ages. The owl spoke in a voice that echoed with the rustle of leaves and the sigh of the wind, welcoming them to the heart of the forest and revealing the secrets it had guarded for centuries. The forest, the owl explained, was a sanctuary for all creatures, a place where magic flowed freely and nature thrived in peace. But it was also a place of balance, where every living thing played a role in maintaining harmony. The owl had watched over this realm for countless years, ensuring that this balance was never disturbed. As Finn and Lyra listened, they realized the importance of their journey. Their presence in the forest was not by chance. It was a call to protect and preserve the magic that lay within. The owl entrusted them with the knowledge that the forest's future depended on the kindness and wisdom of those who visited it. With newfound purpose, Finn and Lyra promised to safeguard the secret of the hidden world. They vowed to share the tales of the forest and its guardian, inspiring others to cherish and protect the natural world around them. In return, the owl gifted them each a feather, imbued with the magic of the forest, a symbol of their bond with this enchanted realm. As they made their way back to the village, Finn and Lyra felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. The forest had changed them, instilling within their hearts a deep love for nature and a commitment to its preservation. They knew that their journey had just begun, and that their actions would echo through time, like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. And so, under the soft glow of the setting sun, with the warm embrace of the forest at their backs, Finn and Lyra returned home, forever touched by the magic of the hidden world and the friendships they had forged within its embrace. They carried with them the wisdom of the owl and the promise of a brighter, more harmonious tomorrow, where nature and magic danced together in an eternal waltz of life. And as the night fell, the villagers gathered around Finn's hearth, listening to his tales of the hidden world, their hearts alight with wonder and dreams of their own. The crackling of the fire, the warmth of the shared stories, and the promise of new adventures lulled them into a peaceful slumber as the forest stood watch, its secrets safe in the hearts of those who dared to listen. Story 29. Once upon a time, in the gentle embrace of a misty woodland, there lay a quaint village known as Eldergrove. This village was surrounded by towering oaks that whispered secrets to the wind, and gently flowing streams that sang lullabies to the earth. Among the villagers, there was a young girl named Liora, whose heart was as tender as the morning dew, and whose spirit danced like the sunbeams filtering through the leaves. Liora lived with her grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight. Her grandmother, known to the villagers as Nana Wren, possessed a deep understanding of the forest and the mysteries it held. She often spoke of hidden worlds and magical creatures that could only be seen by those who truly believed in their existence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted in soft hues of lavender and rose, Nana Wren called Liora to her side. They sat together by the hearth, the flames casting a warm glow around the room, as Nana Wren presented Liora with a delicate pendant. It was a simple thing at first glance, a small, smooth stone encased in a woven silver setting, but it shimmered with an iridescent light, hinting at something extraordinary. "This, my dear Liora," Nana Wren said softly, her voice as soothing as the crackling fire, "is the Heartstone. It has been passed down through generations, a gift from the forest itself. It grants the wearer the ability to see the hidden world, the secret realm of the spirits that dwell among us." Leora's eyes widened with wonder as she cradled the pendant in her hands. She could feel a gentle warmth emanating from it, as if it were alive, pulsing with the heartbeat of the forest. "What must I do with it, Nana?" she asked, her voice a blend of curiosity and awe. "Trust in your heart," Nana Wren replied, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. "The Heartstone will guide you when the time is right. Remember, Liora, true magic lies not in the stone, but in the kindness and courage within you." That night, as Lyora lay in bed, the Heartstone resting gently against her chest, she dreamt of a world bathed in moonlight, where creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed free, their eyes filled with the light of the stars. When she awoke, the dream lingered in her mind, a whisper of the journey that awaited her. The following morning, Liora set out into the forest, her heart fluttering with anticipation. The Heartstone glowed softly against her skin, guiding her steps along a path she had never seen before. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the colors more vivid, the sounds more melodic, as if welcoming her into its embrace. As she ventured deeper into the woods, she came upon a hidden glade, a place untouched by time. There, nestled among the wild flowers, was a door made of intertwining branches, its surface adorned with delicate carvings of ferns and forest creatures. Lyora felt a pull from the Heartstone, urging her forward, and with a deep breath she opened the door. Beyond it lay a world unlike any she had imagined. The air shimmered with magic, and the landscape was a tapestry of vibrant hues. Trees towered above, their leaves a rich tapestry of emerald and gold, while rivers of crystal-clear water wound through the land like ribbons of light. The air was filled with the songs of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that resonated in Lyora's soul. As she wandered through this enchanted realm, Lyora encountered creatures both familiar and fantastical. A family of foxes with fur that sparkled like spun silver greeted her with curious eyes. A majestic stag with antlers that glistened like frost on a winter morning nodded in acknowledgement as she passed. Each being seemed to recognize the Heartstone, treating Lyora as a friend and guardian of their world. Among these magical inhabitants was a small creature named Finn, a sprite with wings like stained glass and a laugh that sounded like tinkling bells. Finn darted around Lyora, weaving through the air with joyful abandon. "Welcome, welcome," he chirped, his voice bright and cheerful. "I knew you would come. The Heartstone told us you were on your way." Lyora smiled, her heart swelling with warmth at the sprite's exuberance. "Thank you, Finn. I'm so glad to be here. What is this place?" Finn landed gently on Lyora's shoulder, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "This is the Hidden Glade, a sanctuary for those who believe in the magic of the world. We live in harmony here, away from the eyes of those who cannot see." As Lyora explored the Hidden Glade, she learned of the challenges the magical creatures faced. A shadow had fallen over their world, a creeping darkness that threatened the harmony they cherished. The creatures spoke of a mysterious force that was draining their magic, leaving the land barren and the spirits weary. Determined to help, Lyora listened to their stories, her heart aching for the plight of her new friends. She knew that the Heartstone had brought her here for a reason, and she resolved to uncover the source of the darkness. With Finn as her guide, Lyora embarked on a journey across the enchanted realm. They traveled through ancient groves where the trees whispered secrets of old, and across sparkling rivers where the water sang songs of hope. Along the way, they met wise elders who shared their knowledge and bestowed gifts of protection and guidance. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lyora and Finn reached the edge of a great forest, where the darkness was most intense. The trees here stood like silent sentinels, their branches heavy with shadows. Lyora felt a chill in the air, but the Heartstone glowed with a reassuring warmth, reminding her of the courage within. Together, they ventured into the heart of the darkness, where the air was thick with an eerie silence. As they pressed on, Lyora noticed a faint glow in the distance, a beacon of light amidst the shadows. It was a clearing bathed in moonlight, and at its center stood a great tree, its bark shimmering with a silvery sheen. As they approached, Lyora realized that the tree was weeping, its branches drooping with sorrow. "This is the spirit tree," Finn whispered, his voice tinged with sadness. "It is the heart of our world, and its magic is fading." Lyora felt a deep connection to the tree, as if it were an extension of her own soul. She stepped forward, the Heartstone pulsing with a gentle light, and placed her hand upon the tree's trunk. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through her, filling her with a profound understanding of the tree's plight. The spirit tree spoke to her in a voice that resonated within her mind, a chorus of ancient wisdom and gentle strength. "Dear child," it said, "the darkness you see is born of fear and misunderstanding. It is the shadow of doubt that has crept into the hearts of both worlds, severing the bond between them." "How can I help?" Lyora asked, her voice steady with determination. The spirit tree's voice softened, like a breeze through the leaves. "You must remind them of the light within their hearts. The Heartstone can heal the rift, but it requires the belief of all those who dwell in both realms. Only then can the magic be restored." Liora nodded, understanding the weight of her task. With Finn by her side, she returned to the hidden glade and gathered the creatures of the enchanted realm. Together, they traveled to Eldergrove, where the villagers had begun to notice the changes in their own world, the withering of plants, the fading of colors, and the silence that had settled over the forest. At first, the villagers were hesitant, unsure of the magical creatures and the tales of the hidden world. But as Liora spoke from her heart, sharing the stories of friendship and the beauty of the enchanted realm, they began to listen. Her words were like a gentle rain, washing away the layers of doubt and fear that had clouded their minds. With each story, the Heartstone glowed brighter, its light spreading like a warm embrace. The villagers and the creatures of the hidden glade joined hands, their hearts united in belief and hope. As they did, a brilliant light burst forth from the Heartstone, enveloping the land in a radiant glow. The darkness that had plagued both worlds melted away, replaced by a vibrant tapestry of life and magic. The spirit tree, its branches now reaching skyward, thrummed with renewed energy, and the hidden glade bloomed with colors more vivid than ever before. Liora stood at the center of it all, her heart filled with joy and gratitude. She had discovered the true power of the Heartstone, a power that lay not in magic alone, but in the bonds of friendship and the courage to believe in the impossible. As the sun set on that enchanted day, the villagers and the creatures of the forest celebrated their newfound harmony. Liora, with Finn perched happily on her shoulder, smiled at the beauty of the world around her, a world she had helped to heal and unite. And so, Leora's journey came to an end. But the story of the hidden glade and the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the magic that resides in every heart, waiting to be awakened by the light of love and friendship. And whenever the wind whispered through the trees or the streams sang their gentle lullabies, the villagers of Eldergrove would remember the tale of the girl who believed in the magic of the world and the power within herself to change it. As the stars twinkled above, casting their gentle light upon the land, Liora knew that the magic of the hidden glade would forever be a part of her, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And with that thought warming her heart, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the laughter of friends and the promise of new adventures to come. Story 30. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled in a valley where the morning mist kissed the tops of emerald trees, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Willowbrook was a place where cobblestone paths wound their way through fields of wildflowers, and every cottage had a garden bursting with vibrant colors. The air always seemed to hum with a quiet magic, as if the land itself whispered secrets to those willing to listen. Lyra was a curious soul with eyes that sparkled like the brook that flowed near her home. She spent her days exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, her imagination painting vivid stories of hidden worlds and forgotten tales. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lyra wandered further than usual, to the edge of the great forest. The forest was a tapestry of towering oaks and whispering pines, their branches reaching out like the arms of ancient guardians. It was there, beneath a canopy of rustling leaves, that Lyra stumbled upon something extraordinary, an old, weathered trunk, half buried beneath a carpet of moss. Its iron hinges were rusted, and the wood was stained with the passage of time. Curiosity piqued, Lyra brushed away the leaves and pried open the creaky lid. Inside, nestled within, was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. As her fingers closed around it, Lyra felt a warm, tingling sensation that wrapped around her heart, as if the key recognized her touch. With the key in hand, Lyra's world shimmered with new possibilities. She returned to the village, her mind a whirl of wonder. That evening, under a sky sprinkled with twinkling stars, she confided in her two closest friends. Oliver, a gentle boy with a mind as sharp as a fox, and Mia, whose laughter was as bright as her strawberry blonde curls. Together they pondered the key's purpose. Could it unlock a hidden door, or perhaps open a portal to a place only seen in dreams? As they talked, a plan began to form, one that would take them on an adventure beyond the boundaries of their small village. The next morning, with the sun casting a golden glow over the landscape, the trio set off on their journey. Their path led them through the heart of the forest, where beams of sunlight pierced the canopy like streams of liquid gold. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the chirping of crickets, creating a symphony of nature's quiet music. As they ventured deeper, they encountered a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes held the depth of ancient wisdom. "Hoo-hoo," he called softly. "What brings young ones to these parts?" Lyra held up the key, its silver surface glinting in the light. "We're searching for what this unlocks," she explained, her voice filled with hope. The owl blinked slowly, considering their quest. "To find the lock, you must first find the heart," he intoned, his voice like the rustle of parchment. "Seek the garden where the silver moon blooms, and there you shall find what you seek." Thanking the owl for his guidance, the children continued their journey, their feet crunching over twigs and leaves. As dusk began to paint the sky with hues of lavender and rose, they emerged into a clearing unlike any they had seen before. In the center stood a magnificent garden, bathed in the soft, silvery light of the rising moon. Flowers of every imaginable color bloomed, their petals shimmering as if dusted with stardust. And there, amidst the vibrant blooms, stood a gate of woven vines and silver filigree. Heart pounding with excitement, Lyra approached the gate and inserted the key. With a gentle click, the vines parted, revealing a hidden path that led into a world of wonders. Beyond the gate, the landscape transformed into a tapestry of rolling hills and sparkling streams, where creatures of legend roamed freely, and the air was filled with the scent of dreams. As they stepped through, Lyra, Oliver, and Mia found themselves in a land where time flowed like a gentle river, each moment cherished and savored. They met new friends. A mischievous sprite with wings like a dragonfly, a wise tortoise who moved with deliberate grace, and a unicorn whose mane shone like a cascade of rainbows. But their journey was not without its challenges. To uncover the true magic of the land, they needed to solve a riddle that confounded even the wisest of creatures. It was a riddle of the heart, one that required understanding and empathy, rather than brute strength. After many attempts and much contemplation, it was Lyra's gentle heart and kind spirit that unraveled the mystery. She realized that the key was not meant to unlock a door or a treasure, but rather to open their hearts to the beauty and wonder of the world around them. It was a reminder that magic is found in the bonds of friendship, in the courage to explore the unknown, and in the wisdom to see beyond the surface. With the riddle solved and the land's secrets revealed, the children returned to Willowbrook, their minds filled with memories of their enchanted journey. They carried with them the lessons they had learned, that kindness is a light that dispels darkness, and that the greatest treasures are the moments shared with those we love. As they settled back into the cozy embrace of their village, Lyra placed the key in a special place, a reminder of a time when the ordinary became extraordinary. And every night, as the stars twinkled above, she would dream of the magical land beyond the gate, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world. And so, with a heart full of warmth and wonder, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, the gentle lullaby of the whispering trees cradling her dreams. And the village of Willowbrook, with its secrets and stories, slumbered under the watchful gaze of the moon, content in the knowledge that magic was never far away. The end. Story 31. In a secluded, whispering forest where the sunlight spilled like golden syrup through the dense canopy, lay a realm known only to those who listened with their hearts. The forest, held together by ancient oaks with gnarled limbs and birches that shimmered like silver, was more than merely trees and soil. It was alive with the hidden lives of creatures woven into the very fabric of nature. At the heart of this forest, cushioned by a carpet of emerald moss and dotted with delicate white wildflowers, stood an ancient tree named Elderwood. Its trunk was the color of deep chestnut, marred and marked by the passage of time, and its branches stretched out like guardian arms over the forest. Elderwood was the keeper of stories, its roots reaching deep into the earth, listening to the whispers of the world. Among the creatures that called this forest home was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Brindle. Brindle's shell was a tapestry of earthy browns and greens, blending seamlessly with the forest floor. His eyes, bright and knowing, held the wisdom of centuries, for he was as old as the forest itself. Brindle was a beloved figure, respected by all the animals, for he carried within him the stories and secrets of the forest's balance. One crisp morning, as the first frost dusted the leaves like powdered sugar, Brindle ambled slowly to the clearing near Elderwood. The air was crisp and invigorating, with the scent of pine needles and the distant promise of winter. Gathered around the tree were creatures great and small, families of rabbits with fur as soft and warm as a knitted blanket, deer with coats that glistened in the early light, and wise old owls perched quietly, their feathers ruffling gently in the breeze. The forest was in transition, a magical phenomenon tied to the changing seasons. The leaves had turned to brilliant hues of amber and scarlet, creating a patchwork quilt across the canopy. It was a time of preparation and reflection, when the animals felt the tug of the earth urging them to ready themselves for the coming cold. Brindle, with his slow and deliberate movements, addressed the gathering. "My dear friends, the seasons are our compass, guiding us through the passage of time. As the days grow shorter and the nights longer, we are reminded of the delicate balance that keeps our forest thriving." His voice was like the gentle rustle of leaves, soothing and warm. Each of us plays a part in this harmony. The trees, standing tall and steady, offer us shelter and sustenance. The streams, with their laughter and song, quench our thirst and carry life through the forest. And we, in turn, must honor these gifts and keep our home flourishing. The animals nodded in agreement, understanding the cycle that bound them all. Among them was a young squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. Pip was curious and eager, always darting about with an energy that was both endearing and exhausting. She approached Brindle, her eyes wide with wonder. "Brindle," she piped up, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells, "how can I help keep the balance of our forest?" Brindle regarded her with affection, his gaze as steady as the earth beneath them. "Ah, Pip, your curiosity is a gift. You can spread the seeds of wisdom and kindness. Gather the acorns and nuts, plant them where they may grow, and in time they will become mighty trees. Share your knowledge with others, so that they too may learn the ways of our world." Pip beamed with pride, her small heart swelling with purpose. She scampered off, determined to fulfill her role in the tapestry of life, while the other creatures began their preparations for the winter ahead. As days turned to weeks, the forest transformed under the watchful eye of Elderwood. The first snow fell, blanketing the world in a soft, silent white. It was as if the entire forest held its breath, wrapped in a peaceful slumber. Yet beneath the snow, life persisted, waiting patiently for the warmth of spring. Throughout the long winter, Brindle continued to share his tales, weaving stories that carried the wisdom of generations. He spoke of the cycles of growth and rest, of the importance of every creature, no matter how small, in the grand design of nature. His words were a balm to the hearts of the forest dwellers, reminding them that even in the coldest months, there was beauty and purpose. When the first hints of spring arrived, with the sun coaxing the snow to melt and the streams to sing once more, the forest awoke in joyful symphony. New shoots of green peeked through the frost, and the air was filled with the sweet perfume of blooming flowers. The animals emerged from their winter homes, their spirits renewed and ready to greet the new season. Pip the squirrel, now a little older and a little wiser, marveled at the young saplings sprouting where she had planted her acorns. She felt a warm glow of satisfaction, knowing she had contributed to the cycle of life that sustained them all. In the clearing by Elderwood, the animals gathered once again, celebrating the renewal that spring brought. Brindle, with his gentle wisdom, reminded them of the lessons they had learned. Every season holds its beauty, each change a part of the eternal dance. Let us cherish our forest, for it is our home, our sanctuary. The creatures, with hearts full of gratitude and joy, embraced the harmony they had nurtured. The forest, with its rustling leaves and singing streams, seemed to hum a melody of contentment, a reminder of the balance that nature, in its infinite wisdom, had provided. And so, in the quiet embrace of the ancient forest, under the watchful eyes of Elderwood and the gentle guidance of Brindle, the creatures thrived in their hidden lives, ever grateful for the magic of the seasons and the wisdom passed down through generations. The forest remained a sanctuary of peace and balance, a testament to the power of friendship and the enduring spirit of nature. Story 32. In the heart of the lush, emerald-hued forest of Wildwood, where the whisper of the wind carried tales from times long past, there existed a village like no other. Nestled beneath the gently swaying arms of ancient oak trees, the village of Bramblewarren was a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the magical was as thin as a dragonfly's wing. Here, amidst the dappled sunlight and the soft rustle of leaves, lived a gentle-hearted boy named Finnick. Finnick was a lad of curious nature, with eyes as bright as the morning sky and a heart as open and welcoming as the forest clearing at dawn. He lived with his grandfather, old Cedric, a wizened man whose stories of adventure and wonder were as timeless as the forest itself. Each night, by the warm glow of their hearth, old Cedric would spin tales of mystical creatures and enchanted places, his voice weaving a tapestry of magic that hung in the air like a comforting cloak. It was during one such evening, as the fire crackled and the scent of pine and cedar filled their cozy cottage, that old Cedric spoke of the Whispering Brook, a fabled stream said to possess the power to reveal hidden truths and grant insight to those pure of heart. "But beware," he warned, his voice a gentle rumble, "for the brook lies within the heart of the enchanted glade, a place hidden from those who seek it with greed or malice." Finnick listened, enraptured, his imagination painting vivid scenes of the untamed wilderness and its wonders. As he lay in bed that night, the moonlight casting silver patterns through the window, he found himself dreaming of the Whispering Brook and the secrets it might unveil. The following morning dawned in hues of gold and pink, the forest alive with the chorus of birdsong. Finnick awoke with a sense of purpose, the dream still fresh in his mind. He dressed quickly, his heart a fluttering bird within his chest, and set out into the forest, the promise of adventure guiding his every step. The path through Wildwood was familiar to Finnick, a ribbon of earth winding through a tapestry of green. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp leaves, the forest alive with the soft murmur of life. As he walked, Finnick hummed a tune his grandfather had taught him, a melody that seemed to harmonize with the whispers of the trees. It wasn't long before he reached the edge of the forest, where the trees parted to reveal a meadow bathed in sunlight. It was here, Finnick knew, that his journey truly began. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, his feet finding the path that would lead him to the enchanted glade. As the morning wore on, the forest grew denser, the canopy above thickening to a patchwork of light and shadow. The path became less distinct, overgrown with moss and fallen leaves, but Finnick pressed on, his heart buoyed by the thrill of discovery. He paused now and then to listen, the forest speaking to him in its own secret language. It was during one such pause that Finnick encountered a creature unlike any he had seen before. A fox, its fur a fiery blaze against the verdant backdrop, watched him with eyes that sparkled with intelligence and curiosity. There was something in its gaze that spoke of kindness and wisdom beyond its years. "Hello, little one," Finnick said softly, crouching to meet the fox's gaze. The fox tilted its head as if contemplating the boy's words, before stepping forward with a grace that seemed to belong to the forest itself. To Finnick's surprise, the fox spoke, its voice a gentle whisper carried on the breeze. "Greetings, young traveler," it said, its words as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am called Ember, guardian of this part of Wildwood. What brings you to these ancient paths?" Finnick, though startled, felt no fear. Instead, he found himself smiling at the fox's warmth and sincerity. "I seek the Whispering Brook," he replied, his voice filled with earnest determination. "I wish to learn the truths it can reveal." Ember regarded him with a knowing look, its eyes aglow with a light that seemed to see into the very depths of his soul. "The brook is not easily found, nor is its wisdom freely given," the fox said. "But I sense a purity in your heart, Finnick. If you would have me, I will guide you to the glade." Grateful for the company and the guidance of such a magical creature, Finnick agreed, and together they journeyed deeper into the forest. With Ember at his side, the forest seemed to open up before him, each step revealing new wonders, a hidden grove of silver birches, their bark gleaming like moonlight. A family of deer, grazing in a sun-dappled clearing, a chorus of frogs, their song a symphony of nature's own making. As the sun arced across the sky, casting long shadows on the forest floor, Finnick and Ember arrived at a place where the air felt different, charged with a magic as ancient as the stones beneath their feet. The enchanted glade lay before them, a hidden world within the forest, its beauty both wild and serene. In the center of the glade, the whispering brook sang its eternal song, the water shimmering like liquid crystal as it danced over smooth stones. Finnick approached the brook with a sense of reverence, the air around him alive with the whispers of countless voices, each one telling tales of wisdom and truth. Kneeling beside the brook, Finnick cupped his hands and drank deeply, the water cool and refreshing, infused with the essence of the forest itself. As he drank, he felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle glow that seemed to illuminate the corners of his mind. Visions danced before his eyes, images of his grandfather's stories, of the adventures that lay in wait, and of the friendship he had found in Ember. The brook's whispers grew louder, each one a thread in the tapestry of Finnick's newfound understanding. He saw that the true magic lay not in the destination, but in the journey, the friends made, the lessons learned, and the growth that came from embracing the unknown. With a heart full of gratitude, Finnick turned to Ember, who watched him with a knowing smile. "Thank you," he said, his voice a gentle echo of the brook's song, "for your guidance, and for showing me the path to understanding." Ember nodded, its eyes alight with a warmth that spoke of a bond forged through shared adventure. "The forest has many secrets," the fox replied, its voice a soothing murmur, "and it is through friendship and wisdom that we truly come to know them." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of twilight, Finnick and Ember made their way back through the forest, their hearts light and their spirits uplifted by the magic of their journey. The path home seemed shorter now, the forest a familiar friend, its wonders a testament to the beauty of the world around them. When Finnick returned to his grandfather's cottage, the fire was still crackling warmly in the hearth, casting a golden glow that welcomed him home. Old Cedric looked up from his chair, his eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "Welcome back, my boy," he said, his voice as comforting as a well-worn blanket. Finnick smiled, taking his grandfather's hand in his own. "I found the Whispering Brook," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "And I learned that the greatest truths are found not just in the destination, but in the journey itself." Old Cedric nodded, his heart swelling with pride and love for the boy who had grown so much in such a short time. "Indeed, Finnick," he replied, his voice a gentle melody. "The world is vast and full of magic, and it is through kindness and friendship that we truly find our place within it." As the fire whispered its own lullaby, Finnick settled into his bed, the warmth of the day's adventure wrapping around him like a comforting embrace. Ember lay curled at the foot of the bed, a silent guardian and constant friend, its presence a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the edge of the familiar. And so, with the forest's song echoing softly in his dreams, Finnick drifted into a peaceful slumber, his heart forever changed by the journey and the friends he had found along the way. The night embraced him, wrapping him in the gentle whispers of the world, a reminder that every adventure holds a lesson, and every path leads home. The end. Story 33. In a galaxy where stars twinkled like distant lanterns, there existed a planet known as Veloria, draped in a mist of shimmering blue. Its skies were painted with the soft auroras of twin moons, casting a gentle glow on the lush, verdant forests below. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming starflowers, and the melodies of songbirds echoed through the trees, creating a symphony of peace. On this planet lived a young Valorian named Lyra, her skin adorned with delicate patterns that shimmered like the night sky. Lyra was known for her kind heart and her love for exploring the vast forests, seeking the hidden wonders of her world. But as much as she cherished her home, Lyra yearned for a companion to share her adventures. Far beyond the warm embrace of Veloria was a planet named Zinthar, a land of towering crystalline spires and endless deserts of golden sands. From this world came a traveler named Corin, a being of sturdy build and gentle nature. Corin's people, the Xinthians, were known for their strength and resilience, yet Corin harbored a curiosity about the universe and a desire to understand the hearts of those different from himself. One day, while exploring the edges of Valoria's forest, Lyra stumbled upon a shimmering portal. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she stepped through, finding herself in the midst of Xinthar's vast desert. There, under the blazing sun, she met Corin, who was equally surprised to see a Valorian in his world. Their initial meeting was marked by misunderstandings. Lyra, unfamiliar with the arid heat, struggled to understand Corin's terse manner, mistaking it for rudeness. Corin, in turn, found Lyra's exuberance overwhelming, unsure of how to navigate her lively spirit. But the universe had plans for them, for as the sun dipped below the horizon, a sudden sandstorm swept across the desert, forcing Lyra and Corin to seek shelter together in a nearby cave. The storm howled outside, but inside, the cave was a haven of calm. The walls glowed with a soft phosphorescent light, and the air was cool and soothing. As the storm raged on, Lyra and Corin shared stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of the whispering forests of Valoria, while Corin described the crystalline beauty of Xinthar's spires. As they listened, they began to see the world through each other's eyes, and the barriers of misunderstanding slowly melted away. When the storm finally subsided, Lyra and Corin emerged from the cave, their hearts lighter and their bond stronger. They decided to explore the desert together, discovering hidden oases and marveling at the beauty of the crystalline spires that sparkled under the morning sun. Through shared challenges, they learned the power of friendship. Corin taught Lyra the ways of the desert, guiding her safely across the sands. In return, Lyra shared the wisdom of the forests, showing Corin how to find beauty in the smallest details. Their journey was filled with moments of mutual support and understanding. When Corin's strength faltered in the face of a steep climb, Lyra encouraged him with gentle words and a helping hand. When Lyra felt lost in the vastness of the desert, Corin offered the steady reassurance of his presence, guiding her with unwavering patience. Together, they discovered that friendship was not just about understanding each other's worlds, but about embracing their differences and learning from them. They realized that true companionship was built on trust, kindness, and the willingness to see beyond the surface. As their adventure drew to a close, Lyra and Corin stood on a hill overlooking the desert, the twin moons of Valoria visible in the night sky. The stars above seemed to wink in approval, as if acknowledging the bond that had formed between these two unlikely companions. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra returned to Valoria, promising to visit Corin again. And Corin, with newfound warmth in his heart, looked forward to exploring the forests of Valoria one day. Their story was one of friendship that transcended worlds, a tale of discovery and growth. It was a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, hearts could find connection, and that the true meaning of friendship lay in the journey shared together. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars, Lyra and Corin's bond remained a beacon of hope and warmth, a testament to the magic of understanding and the power of friendship. Story 34. In the vast expanse of the Andromeda Galaxy, where swirling nebulae painted the sky in hues of lavender and teal, there existed a quaint little planet named Xylos. Xylos was known for its emerald forests that whispered with the breezes, and its mountains that sparkled with crystalline formations. Yet, despite its beauty, Xylos was a quiet world, home to the serene Xylorians, beings with translucent skin that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake under the moonlight. On the opposite end of the galaxy, there floated a planet called Vorten, a place of endless innovation and lively chatter. The Vortens, with their bright orange fur and quick minds, were ever curious and perpetually in motion, inventing gadgets and devices that buzzed and whirred in their bustling cities. One fateful day, a Xylorian named Lyra, Vorten named Dex, found themselves on a shared journey, neither of them quite prepared for the adventure that awaited. Lyra, with her soft, lilting voice, had been chosen by her people to represent Xylos in the Galactic Peace Symposium, a gathering meant to foster understanding among the myriad worlds. Dex, on the other hand, was a last-minute replacement for his planet's delegate, a role he accepted with an enthusiastic, albeit slightly nervous zeal. Their meeting was not auspicious. Lyra, accustomed to the gentle cadence of her home, found the frenetic energy of Dex overwhelming. His constant chattering and whirring gadgets seemed to disrupt the soothing rhythms she cherished. Dex, equally bewildered, struggled to understand Lyra's quiet pauses and the way she seemed to listen more than speak, interpreting her silence as disinterest. Their journey began aboard the celestial cruiser, a ship designed to traverse the galaxy's vast distances with ease. As the stars streaked past the windows, Lyra and Dex sat awkwardly in the observation lounge, trying to find common ground. Lyra gazed out at the stars, her thoughts drawn inward, while Dex fiddled with a small device, its lights flickering in a playful dance. It was during one of these quiet moments that the ship encountered an unexpected meteor storm. The crew scrambled to adjust their course, but a collision was imminent. Lyra and Dex, though startled, found themselves working together instinctively. Lyra's calm demeanor helped steady the crew, while Dex's quick thinking and technical skills averted the worst of the damage. As the immediate danger passed, a new problem arose. The storm had knocked out the ship's primary communication system, leaving them unable to contact the Galactic Symposium. With a shared goal, Lyra and Dex set to work, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a mutual respect. Lyra's ability to remain serene under pressure complemented Dex's inventive problem-solving, and together they crafted a makeshift communicator from the pieces of Dex's gadgets and Lyra's crystalline jewelry. Throughout the ordeal, they began to talk, truly talk, for the first time. Dex learned to appreciate the beauty of Lyra's silences, understanding they were filled with thoughtfulness and depth. Lyra discovered a joy in Dex's exuberance, his energy infectious, and his heart genuinely kind. Their conversations drifted to their homes, their dreams, and their fears. Lyra spoke of the musical winds of Xylos, the way they sang through the trees, each note a part of a greater symphony of life. Dex shared tales of Vorton's festivals, the laughter and light that filled their vibrant nights. Through these stories, they found themselves weaving a tapestry of shared experiences, each thread a testament to their growing friendship. As they completed their repairs, a sense of camaraderie enveloped them. The ship, now back on course, glided smoothly through the galaxy's starry seas, bringing them closer to their destination. With the Galactic Peace Symposium in sight, Lyra and Dex presented their story, not just of survival, but of connection. Their tale of overcoming misunderstandings and embracing differences resonated deeply with the delegates. It was a poignant reminder that true friendship often arises from the most unlikely of circumstances, that beneath the surface differences there exists a shared humanity, or, in their case, a shared sentience, that binds all beings together. As the symposium concluded, Lyra and Dex prepared to return to their respective worlds, but not before exchanging tokens of their journey. Dex gave Lyra a small device he had crafted, imbued with a light that flickered in the rhythm of Xylos's winds. In return, Lyra gifted Dex a crystal from her world, one that caught the light and scattered it in a brilliant array of colors. Their goodbye was warm and heartfelt, a promise lingering in the air that their paths would cross again. As the celestial cruiser carried them away, the stars whispered of new adventures, of friendships yet to be forged, and of the enduring bonds that connect us all, no matter how vast the universe may seem. And so, as the planets turned and the galaxy spun, Lyra and Dex found comfort in the knowledge that though they came from worlds apart, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond as radiant and infinite as the stars themselves. Story 35. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow Tree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack. With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. Our fires too have been snuffed, Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, and our lanterns sputter and fade. A strange chill seems to have settled over the land, rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, almost as if the very light itself is being drained away. Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there. Hazel nodded solemnly. Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you. With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow Tree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, almost as if the very light itself is being drained away. Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak. But how do we banish it? Rowan asked anxiously. Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily. Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true. With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. Story 36. Story 36. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change." Clara hesitated, unsure. "Change frightens me," she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. "Everything seems so uncertain and vast." Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. "Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you?" Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. "Yes, I'd like that." With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. "Look closely, Clara," it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. "What is it?" she asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. "These flowers," Lumi explained, "are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle." Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, she realized that change was not something to be fought against but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. "Thank you, Lumi," she said softly. "I think I'm beginning to understand." Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. "Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness." With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change." Clara hesitated, unsure. "Change frightens me," she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. "Everything seems so uncertain and vast." Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. "Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you?" Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. "Yes, I'd like that." With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. "Look closely, Clara," it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. "What is it?" she asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. "These flowers," Lumi explained, "are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle." Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, she realized that change was not something to be fought against but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. "Thank you, Lumi," she said softly. "I think I'm beginning to understand." Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. "Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness." With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. 37. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled among rolling hills and surrounded by a dense, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Lyora. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, cascading down her back, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on the fresh grass. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to stand still. The villagers lived simple, contented lives, their days marked by the rising and setting of the sun, the rhythmic turning of the seasons. Liora loved exploring the woods, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches intertwining like ancient hands clasped in eternal friendship. The forest was her sanctuary, a place of secrets and wonders where magic felt alive in every rustle of leaves and bird song. But there was one particular grove, hidden deeper in the woods, that had always intrigued Liora. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, calling it the Glimmering Hollow. They said it was a place touched by magic, where the ordinary world and the realm of the fantastical brushed against each other. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with streaks of pink and gold, Liora set out to find the Glimmering Hollow. The air was filled with the scent of earth and fallen leaves, and the forest seemed to hum with anticipation. Her heart pounded with a curious mix of excitement and trepidation as she ventured deeper into the woods than she ever had before. As she walked, the forest grew denser, the light filtering through the canopy in soft, dappled patterns. The path beneath her feet was carpeted with leaves that crunched softly with each step. Liora followed the murmuring of a hidden brook, its gentle babble guiding her through the labyrinth of trees. Her senses were keen, attuned to the rustle of small creatures and the distant call of birds. After what felt like hours, Liora stumbled upon the entrance to the Glimmering Hollow. It was a small clearing, bathed in an ethereal light that seemed to dance and shimmer like 1,000 tiny stars caught in a gentle breeze. In the center of the hollow stood an ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and twisted, its branches stretching skyward like arms yearning for the heavens. But it was not the tree that captured Liora's attention. At its base lay a peculiar stone, smooth and round, with a surface that glowed faintly with a shifting, iridescent light. Liora felt an inexplicable pull towards it, as if the stone was calling out to her, whispering its secrets in a language only her heart could understand. With hesitant fingers, she reached out and touched the stone. A warmth spread through her body, and for a moment, the world around her seemed to fade away. She felt a connection, a bond with something ancient and powerful. When she finally drew her hand back, the hollow had changed. The air was alive with the soft chiming of unseen bells, and the colors of the world seemed brighter, more vivid. Curious and filled with wonder, Liora picked up the stone. It fit perfectly in her palm, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she held it, she noticed something remarkable. Her surroundings began to shift and shimmer, revealing another world layered atop her own. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming arches like the grand halls of a forgotten palace. Tiny creatures flitted about, their wings glinting like shards of sunlight. The stone had granted her a glimpse into the hidden world of the forest, a world teeming with magic and mystery. Liora knew then that her life would never be the same. She had discovered a doorway to a realm of endless possibilities, a place where dreams and reality intertwined. With the stone tucked safely in her pocket, she began her journey back home, her heart alight with the promise of adventure. As she walked, the forest around her seemed to sing a song of welcome, embracing her as one of its own. She realized that she was not alone on this journey. The forest was her companion, its magic a guiding light in the darkness. Days turned into weeks, and Liora returned to the glimmering hollow whenever she could, each visit revealing new wonders and deepening her bond with the magical world. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the language of the wind and the water. She discovered that the stone was not merely a key to this hidden realm. It was a source of wisdom, a guide that helped her see the beauty and interconnectedness of all things. As the first snows of winter began to fall, blanketing Eldergrove in a soft, white silence, Liora felt a change within herself. She had grown stronger, more confident, her heart open to the wonders of the world. The stone had taught her that magic was not something distant or unattainable. It was woven into the very fabric of life, a part of every breath and every heartbeat. But with this newfound understanding came a responsibility. Liora realized that she was now a guardian of this magical world, entrusted with its secrets and its protection. It was a role she accepted with humility and gratitude, knowing that she was part of something greater than herself. One day, as she sat beneath the ancient oak in the glimmering hollow, the stone warm in her hand, she heard a voice, soft and gentle, like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "Thank you, Liora," it said, "for seeing us, for believing in us." Tears filled her eyes, not of sadness, but of joy and fulfillment. She had found her purpose, her place in the world, and it was more beautiful than she had ever imagined. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Liora grew into a wise and kind-hearted young woman, beloved by the villagers of Eldergrove. She shared her stories and her wisdom with those around her, teaching them to see the magic in everyday life, to find wonder in the world around them. And though the glimmering hollow remained a secret known only to her, its magic flowed through the village, a gentle reminder of the beauty and mystery that lay hidden just beneath the surface of the ordinary. In the quiet moments, when the world was still and the stars shone bright in the night sky, Liora would sit by her window, the stone in her hand, and remember the journey that had changed her life. She would listen to the whispers of the forest, a song of friendship and love, and feel a deep sense of peace and belonging. For Liora had learned the most important lesson of all, that magic was real, and it lived in the hearts of those who dared to believe in it. Story 38. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, The creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. In those days, continued Elder Mossback, there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. We did not realize our dance had faltered, Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. We have become lost in our own rhythms. Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. Perhaps, she suggested, if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance. The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Story 39. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Story 40, Story 41, Story 42. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Story 43? Story 44. Story 45. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest." we must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come. As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 46. Story 47. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. Story 48. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lyra. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lyra felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lyra felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lyra stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lyra," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers? Lyra, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods. The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine. As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lyra reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lyra hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind. Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lyra chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become. Lyra pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lyra knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lyra said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lyra, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lyra stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lyra returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 49. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Theros of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Hyros of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Bridget painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Theros enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Theros to rest, Aurum steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Hyros arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. "But how do they know when to begin the dance?" he asked. "Ah," Tully smiled, "that is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial." Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the Dance of the Seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep. Story 50. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lyra's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lyra and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lyra loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lyra noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lyra exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lyra. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lyra opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lyra felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lyra mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lyra and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lyra had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lyra had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lyra approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lyra whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lyra. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lyra noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lyra pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lyra marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lyra said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lyra," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lyra and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lyra said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lyra and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lyra asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lyra," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you. With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lyra and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lyra felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lyra and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lyra grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lyra found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lyra would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lyra and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lyra padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lyra," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lyra's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lyra set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lyra walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lyra," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lyra nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lyra listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lyra set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lyra returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lyra spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lyra made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lyra lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Story 54. Story 55. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Isla lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Ela came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ela's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Ela found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Ela felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Ela felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Ela knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Ela stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Ela felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Ela finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the enchanted wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Ela lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. Story 56. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Lyora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Lyora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Lyora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Lyora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Lyora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Lyora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Lyora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Lyora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Lyora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Lyora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Lyora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Lyora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Lyora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Lyora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared, organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Lyora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Lyora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the guardian, Lyora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Lyora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Story 50. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter, Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort. With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final, joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. Story 58. Story 59. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lyra lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lyra set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lyra stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lyra, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lyra returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lyra decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lyra faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lyra ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lyra felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lyra approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lyra. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lyra and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lyra's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lyra, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lyra sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lyra, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Story 60. 61. Story 62. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered. Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin. Wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Story 63. Story 64. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained. "A beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. Story 65. Story 66. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Story 67. Story 68. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small, uncharted planet known to the galaxy as Lumina. It was a place where the sky blushed in hues of lavender and gold, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming star lilies. Here, amidst floating isles of verdant green and serene lakes reflecting the galaxy's glow, a peculiar meeting was about to unfold. Aboard a starship crafted from the crystalline sands of her home planet, the young explorer Lyra soared through the galaxy with a heart full of curiosity. Lyra was a being from the planet Celestara, where the inhabitants were known for their luminous skin and their gentle, empathetic nature. Her mission was to map the uncharted territories of the universe, but more than anything, she longed to understand the diverse forms of life that inhabited it. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner of the galaxy, a creature named Thax was on his own journey. Thax hailed from the planet Terragru, a world of rugged terrains and constant storms. His species, the Gruels, were known for their resilience and strength, with skin like roughened stone and eyes that glowed like embers. Thax was tasked with discovering new sources of energy to sustain his storm-battered home. Fate, with its gentle hands, guided these two onto Lumina's surface on the very same day. Lyra, captivated by the planet's floating gardens, descended gracefully upon a patch of shimmering moss. Not far from her, Thax's sturdy craft landed with a gentle thud, its impact echoing softly through the air. Curiosity led Lyra to venture beyond her landing site, her delicate footsteps barely disturbing the ground beneath her. Thax, too, set out, his heavy gait a rhythmic counterpoint to the silence of the landscape. It wasn't long before their paths crossed, each taking in the sight of the other with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Lyra's heart leapt at the sight of the unfamiliar creature. She had never seen a being so rugged, so grounded to the earth. Thax, in turn, was struck by Lyra's ethereal glow, her presence a soft light in the twilight of Lumina. "Hello," Lyra said, her voice a gentle melody carried by the breeze. "I am Lyra from Celestara. What brings you to this beautiful world?" Thax hesitated, his voice a deep rumble. "I am Thax from Terragru. I seek energy for my people. And you, what is your purpose here?" Lyra smiled, her eyes sparkling like the stars above. "I am an explorer, eager to learn and share stories of the worlds I visit." Their initial conversation was tentative, as each struggled to understand the other's intentions. Misunderstandings arose, as Thax's straightforward manner sometimes clashed with Lyra's more nuanced expressions. But beneath the surface of their differences, a seed of friendship began to take root. Days turned into weeks as they explored Lumina together. They encountered many wonders: a lake whose waters sang a melody as it rippled, trees that whispered ancient secrets in the wind, and creatures that danced in beams of starlight. Through each adventure, they learned more about one another. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of an impending cosmic storm, they took shelter in a cavern adorned with crystals that glowed softly in the dim light. It was here, in the safety of the cavern, that they shared stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of Celestara, of its tranquil meadows and the gentle harmony of its people. She spoke of her longing to bring understanding and peace to every corner of the galaxy. Thax listened intently, his heart warming to her vision. In turn, Thax shared tales of Terragru, of the mighty storms that shaped their lands and the strength his people drew from the earth. He spoke of their resilience and the hope that one day they would find a way to calm the tempests that ravaged their home. Lyra listened, her empathy bridging the gap between their worlds. As they shared, the storm outside raged on, its winds howling like a distant symphony, yet within the cavern, a calm warmth enveloped them. The misunderstandings that had once stood between them began to dissolve, replaced by a mutual respect and growing friendship. Their journey was not without challenges. There were moments when Lyra's gentle approach seemed ill-suited to the rugged terrain, and times when Thax's strength alone could not solve a problem. But each time, they found a way to support one another. Lyra's wisdom often provided solutions when brute force failed, and Thax's unwavering determination bolstered their spirits when they faltered. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious grove bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. In the center was a pool that shimmered with an energy unlike anything they had seen. It was the energy Thax had been seeking, and Lyra marveled at its beauty, sensing its potential to heal and nurture. As they approached, the energy responded to their presence, swirling around them like a gentle embrace. It was then that they realized their bond, forged through trials and understanding, had unlocked something profound. The energy was a gift, born from their friendship and trust. Together, they devised a way to harness it, creating a conduit that would allow Thax to transport this precious resource back to Terragru. It was a moment of triumph, a testament to their journey and the power of unity. As their time on Lumina drew to a close, they stood side by side on a hill overlooking the planet's breathtaking expanse. The lavender sky above was a canvas painted with the first stars of evening, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. "Thank you, Lyra," Thax said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for showing me that strength is not just in the body, but in the heart." Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "And thank you, Thax, for teaching me that resilience and hope can weather any storm." With hearts full and paths intertwined, they bid farewell to Lumina, knowing their friendship would span the galaxies. As they departed, the planet seemed to glow a little brighter, a beacon of the bond they had forged. And so, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended stars and worlds, a gentle reminder that, in the end, it is our connections that light the way through the universe. Story 69. Story 70. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Liora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Liora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Liora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Liora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. the light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Lyora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Lyora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Lyora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Lyora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Lyora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Lyora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Lyora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Lyora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Lyora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Lyora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Lyora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Lyora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Lyora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lyora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Lyora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the whispering woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Lyora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the whispering woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 71. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Liora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Liora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Liora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Liora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Liora, is the balance we all must keep." Liora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Liora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Liora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Liora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Liora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Liora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Liora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth. As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Lyora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Lyora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Stories of Two. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, As the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Story 73. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lyra. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lyra loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lyra and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lyra, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lyra replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lyra nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lyra continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lyra looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lyra called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lyra's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lyra explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lyra's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lyra. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lyra and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lyra watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lyra returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 74. Story 75. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush, emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdantian named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. Joran, Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew. Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystallon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. Promise you'll come back, Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me. With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. Story 76. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 77. Story 78. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Orin had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lyra noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lyra set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette, and with Orin fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lyra's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Orin shared his insights. "The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods." Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lyra and Orin with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lyra stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." "But why now?" Lyra asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why at this time?" The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest." Understanding dawned on Lyra like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lyra thanked her for the gift of understanding. "We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons." As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lyra and Orin made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lyra gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the whispering woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lyra's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives. like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lyra. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lyra spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lyra stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lyra decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lyra followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lyra to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lyra thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lyra's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lyra met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lyra of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lyra traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lyra closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lyra realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lyra returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lyra knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, With a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lyra slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Story 82. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Although her life seemed ordinary, she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her home. From a tender age, Willow had felt a deep connection to nature, as if the very essence of the forest coursed through her veins. She would spend countless hours wandering through the trees, listening to their gentle whispers and marveling at the intricate tapestry of life that flourished beneath their boughs. One fateful day, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint murmur that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, she followed the call, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she ventured farther into the woods, the sounds of the world she knew faded away, replaced by a symphony of unfamiliar melodies, the rustling of leaves, the gentle trickle of a hidden stream, and the melodic trills of birds she had never encountered before. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing before an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its twisted branches seemed to reach out to her, beckoning her closer. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon its weathered bark, and in that moment, the world around her shimmered and shifted. Willow gasped as she found herself transported to a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. This was the hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where magic thrived and the impossible became possible. As she explored this wondrous realm, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fairy tales. Playful sprites darting amongst the wildflowers, wise old tree guardians whose bark had been etched with the stories of centuries, and gentle creatures that seemed to be made of living leaves and petals. One such being, a kindly old willow tree named Rowan, took Willow under his gentle guidance, teaching her the ways of this enchanted realm and the secrets of the natural world. He revealed to her the existence of a powerful, ancient artifact, the Emerald Seed, which had the ability to restore balance and harmony to any ecosystem it touched. Rowan explained that the Emerald Seed had been stolen by a group of mischievous sprites who, in their playful ignorance, had disrupted the delicate balance of the forest. Without the seed's power, the once vibrant realm was slowly withering, its magic fading with each passing day. Willow, her heart filled with determination, vowed to embark on a quest to recover the Emerald Seed and restore the hidden world to its former glory. With Rowan's guidance and the friendship of a merry band of woodland creatures, she set off on a journey that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering connection to the natural world. Along the way, Willow faced challenges that seemed insurmountable. Treacherous ravines, tangled briar patches, and cunning riddles posed by the trickster sprites. Yet, with each obstacle she overcame, her bond with the forest grew stronger, and her understanding of the intricate web of life deepened. In one particularly harrowing encounter, Willow found herself trapped in the lair of a fearsome wyvern, a beast whose very breath could wither the mightiest of trees. But it was her compassion and her ability to communicate with the natural world that saved her. She calmed the wyvern's rage by offering it a soothing melody woven from the songs of the forest, reminding the creature of its own connection to the living world. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow came face to face with the mischievous sprites who had stolen the Emerald Seed. To her surprise, they were not malicious beings, but rather playful and curious creatures who had simply underestimated the power they held. With patience and understanding, Willow explained the importance of the seed and the delicate balance it maintained within the hidden realm. Moved by her words and her unwavering friendship, the sprites agreed to return the Emerald Seed, vowing to be more mindful of their actions in the future. As Willow held the glowing seed aloft, its verdant light swept across the realm, restoring the vibrant colors and rejuvenating the withering plants. The hidden world within the forest was once again alive with magic and wonder. But Willow's journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart firmly rooted in the natural world and her spirit emboldened by the friendships she had forged. As she made her way back to the familiar paths of her village, Willow carried with her the lessons she had learned, the importance of balance, the power of understanding, and the unbreakable bonds that connect all living beings. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the hidden realm, serving as a bridge between the world of humans and the enchanted realm within the forest. She shared her wisdom with all who would listen, teaching them to appreciate the wonders of nature and to tread lightly upon the earth. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, Willow would sit beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, listening to the whispers of the forest and smiling at the memories of her extraordinary journey, a journey that had transformed her into a true child of the wild, forever connected to the beating heart of the natural world. Story 83. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Lyora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Lyora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Lyora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Lyora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Lyora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Lyora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Lyora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Lyora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Terrakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Terok. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Lyora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Terak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Lyora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Lyora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Liora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. Story 84. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 85. Story 86. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walked the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. How the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come, of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young Dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, cata plant, cata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the Dormice elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. Story 87. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months. With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 88: The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the whispering woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the Lantern of Truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Story 89. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 90. Story 91. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 92. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at widder with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lyra, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lyra had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lyra set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lyra with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lyra dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lyra noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lyra listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lyra found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lyra approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lyra greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lyra," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lyra asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lyra thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lyra. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lyra felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lyra returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lyra explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lyra, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 93. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the enchanted grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other." "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the enchanted grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Story 94. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Lyora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Lyora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Lyora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Lyora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Lyora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Lyora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Lyora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Lyora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Lyora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Lyora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Lyora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Lyora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. Lyora, Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of. Lyora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Lyora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Lyora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Lyora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Lyora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Lyora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Lyora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Lyora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 95. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it. Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Story 96, The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the whispering woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens, Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. "It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts." Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the whispering woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog, the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots, almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 97. Story 98. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lyra lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lyra set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lyra wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lyra discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lyra returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lyra recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lyra, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lyra to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lyra the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lyra, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lyra sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lyra, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lyra set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lyra remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lyra led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lyra approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lyra understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra thanked the ancient tree, Thistle, Fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lyra shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lyra lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 99. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Liora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Lyra was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Lyora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Lyora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Lyora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Lyora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Lyora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Lyora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Lyora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Lyora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Lyora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Lyora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Lyora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Lyora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Lyora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Lyora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Lyora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Lyora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horace hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Lyora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Lyora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Lyora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Lyora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Lyora thanked the dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Lyora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Lyora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Lyora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Lyora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Lyora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Lyora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Lyora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Lyora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Lyora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Lyora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship. The Dryads and Sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the Heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Liora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the Whispering Woods. In that moment, Liora understood the true power of the amulet and the Heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Liora bid farewell to the Dryads and Sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the Whispering Woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Liora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Liora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the Whispering Woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Liora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye. A small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the Teapot of Whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" The voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within." Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart. Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. The whispering woods and the lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Lyora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Lyora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lyora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Lyora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Lyora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Lyora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Lyora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Lyora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Lyora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Lyora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Lyora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Lyora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Lyora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Lyora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Lyora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Lyora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Lyora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Lyora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Lyora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Lyora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Lyora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Lyora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Lyora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words, the spirit faded, leaving Lyora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Lyora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Lyora, with the Lantern of Luminar as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. Today, Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony. The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. Long ago, Fendrel continued, the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus, the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrel cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another, when you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony, and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the seasons' dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade gingersnap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace.